Welcome to News Talk. Today is July 13th, 2022, and I'm your host, Devious Dave Rose. And as always, let's start off our show by showing our gratitude and appreciation for all those who have chosen to spend their time with us here today. And I can see we've got Latino heat in the chat, but I do know that the alerts seem to be somewhat problematic on YouTube, so I'm sure many more will filter in. But we have quite a lot to discuss today. Oops, I didn't even fade the screen. There we go. A little rusty with the news talk. It's been some time, but got some good stories at least that I've been wanting to discuss for quite some time. And yeah, I just truly find them fascinating. So, there's a lot of stuff. But initially, what we're going to do is we're going to start off by discussing the recent revelations that came out about mostly yesterday, on Tuesday, which were from the latest photos taken from the James Webb telescope. So let me actually bring a few images up here so that you can see them. But I just find it, oh, shout out to Steve Callan there in the chat. But yeah, we've got a few, and actually, where's that image? There we go. Okay, so this one I didn't have downloaded. I tweeted, I've been on a tweeting spree with all these recent photos and discoveries, because there's been discoveries, not just photos that are taken, but they're getting data from this stuff as well. And it's just absolutely incredible what's being revealed right now. So while I'm trying to get this photo, I don't know why it's choosing not to download. There we go. I'll just put this now on the screen. Well, first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start off by showing you what the actual James Webb telescope looks like. You may have seen it before. I have reviewed it, but this is essentially what it looks like being launched. And let's go back here. And I want to show you this image here just to show you the difference in size between the Hubble Space Telescope's reflector and the one for the James Webb Telescope. So I'll show you that little animation there. And I'll get this image into here. So you can see initially what was released. Basically, this was released on Sunday or Monday. Okay, so I'm about to show that to you. And by the way, that reflector for the James Webb Telescope is about 30 feet or so, just so those that use Imperial know how tall it is. But yeah, this was the initial image that was released as they were just priming the system, because what they were doing was, and they didn't even have to release this apparently. This was something that they were just doing to test its settings before they started yesterday, early Tuesday morning, Eastern time, setting all the final systems on and actually pulling in the data as they want to, saying that that you have multiple systems that are online functioning with each other, and also the downlink is processing them. So they didn't have to release this, but this was the first one. The new ones that came out have been adjusted for showing light shift and color and such. And it's absolutely incredible. So this image alone is incredible, because this James Webb Telescope essentially is working in the infrared light spectrum. And it has to be extremely cold to be able to pick up the faintest of light that you can find, coming from the furthest places in the universe, or at least they've been traveling. The better way to think of it is they've been traveling for a long time. This is light that's been traveling, essentially since very close to the Big Bang. And we're going to get to actually a graphic that really displays that extremely well. So this was the initial image that came out. Basically, anything that you see with the the starburst formation, so those six-sided triangles, those are actual stars. Everything else that's being seen here is an actual galaxy. The sky is littered with them. And this is, I could zoom in and you'd be able to see that in some, I'm going to zoom in. I'm going to just zoom in here so you can really see. And I could keep zooming in. These are all galaxies, all of them. That's obviously a galaxy, but these little specks here, those are galaxies. Sorry, I just realized you can't see my cursor, but it's absolutely incredible that, and this is again the first image. As you can see, these starburst points here, these are actual stars. But everything else is a galaxy. But let's move on here to show you where it's actually, before we move on to the actual color images, just to remind people, this is where the James Webb telescope is currently orbiting. There's a gravitational point called the Lagrange point 2. There's 4 of them. And it's basically caused by the balancing out of gravity between the Earth and the Sun. So 4 different points. And this one essentially is, I think, about 900 or 9 million kilometers. I got to look that up again. But what it does is that it essentially orbits a polar orbit around this gravitational well, if you want to call it that, as opposed to equatorial-wise. So it goes over the top and bottom and so forth. And what this does is because what it has to always do is keep its back towards the sun. That's the only way this thing will stay cold enough that it can actually receive this light and be able to calculate the images that it's receiving. So it's never pointing at the same place in the sky all the time. It has to just keep itself moving in a way that it will always keep its back to the sun, but it's forward facing, in an orbit that is always looking away from the center of the solar system, and as such, it's always going to be focusing on a different location. So, obviously, at one location, they just download a bunch of information. They attune the equipment, and they get the information they can, at that point, send it back, and then they'll, take another point. And they've already identified several places that, they identified them prior to taking photos of them, obviously, and these are some of the photos that we're going to see. But they decided, at least initially, we're going to focus on these 4 areas, I believe 4 or 5 areas in the sky, and get the images from that. And basically, if you want to put this into perspective, if you look up at the sky and you hold up, say, a grain of rice up to the sky, that is basically the amount of space that this photo that I'm about to show you now takes up. So if you consider that all the stuff that we're going to see is really, if you look up to the sky, it's the size of a grain of sand, or a grain of rice. Imagine the entire sky. So it should blow your minds, because it blows mine. Now this was Hubble Space Telescope's photo of the same region, the first region that they took a photo of, the initial one that I just showed you prior. Obviously, that other one's much more sharp and defined. This one is just from the Hubble Space Telescope, and the Hubble, obviously much closer to Earth, but it also still experiences some of the diffusion that comes from Earth's atmosphere. Because even very thin, or just the amount of particulates and molecules of parts of the atmosphere still reach up extremely high up into orbit, and as such, they can interfere with the ability to see this. Plus, it's a totally different technology. Hubble is reflective light, and James Webb is infrared. Although it has other instruments that have taken some incredible photos. So this is so we just saw the Hubble Space Telescope's resolution of this portion of the sky. This is what the James Webb Space Telescope took. Now it looks kind of small, but if we again, and you're going to have to download an image of this if you want to see higher resolution photos. I can't make them that big. I can zoom in and substantially, but if you really want to see it for all its glory, you got to download it or just view it on a website. But I did try to transition it so that you would see the difference between the former photo and the current one, and where you can see some of these items. There's Steve Langenheim in the chat. He says, Dave, what's your thoughts on NYC putting out nuclear PSAs? Actually, that was actually something that I was going to cover. I want to get through the space news first because there is, a fair bit of stuff to talk about. But yeah, that was something I was planning on covering, and there's a lot of news, so I guess there's going to be a lot of talking, and I'm going to be here for a while. But so I will get to that in a short little while. But thank you for reminding me, because I did need a reminder. I have my list, but I just haven't opened up the file. But all right, so incredible stuff. And if we look again, the starburst images here represent stars, but basically everything else is a galaxy. And each of those galaxies has hundreds of millions, if not billions, of stars in them. Depends on the size of the galaxy, obviously. There's actually called dwarf galaxies out there. And then there's supermassive ones. But, just incredible stuff that's coming out right now. And Twitter was ablaze with this. It's actually, shout out to Fuslove in the chat. It's actually good. I wanted to do this yesterday, but things came up. But it also allowed me to, wait a bit and allow for more photos to come out, because I wanted to choose some of the best, because there are just some incredible photos here. I don't know how anyone can't be blown away by this stuff. Now, what I want to do is quickly show this image here. Now, this image basically shows the spectrum of light. And let me just open it up on my main screen here so I can see it better, because I'm trying to use OBS. Its screen's a little small. So it's basically, this is around what's called Stephan's Quintet, 5. So this was one of the spaces in the sky they wanted to look at. And what they did is they used, I think it's called MIRI, M-I-R-I. Yeah, exactly, MIRI. There it is. It's the MIRI imaging system, which it's another one of the. This thing has like 10 different types of systems on there, right? And this is one of them. And what it's able to do by processing this is it's able to actually analyze what kind of composition. It's spectrometry, spectroscopy, I should say. Spectropsy. I can't even. I'm having one of those days. Spectroscopy. There we go. I really should drink some water, actually. But yeah, what it does is analyzes the light that comes back to it, and you can actually figure out what's in there, what it's in it, what it's made of, and you can actually essentially see through those different particulates and gases that are surrounding what appears to be a supermassive black hole at the center of one of these galaxies here in Stephan's Quintet. But yeah, this is a photo of the thing. And I've got another one actually that shows a comparison. Yes, we'll show that one in a moment. But this is the actual cluster of galaxies there. And this had been identified for quite many years. And what they did was, obviously with the development of the James Webb Space Telescope, they determined that this would be one of those places that they would look at. So very cool that this has been planned for quite some time. But now I'm going to show you basically the old resolution here. The Spitzer telescope in 2006 and the James Webb Space Telescope in 2022. So you can see that this is a game changer. This type of technology is certainly in much more advanced state than we had, less than 20 years ago. Also kind of funny that those two galaxies look like they're forming a smiley face on the left side image there. But just absolutely incredible, the stuff that, and it's revealing so much more. Again, if you look in the background, you're getting so many more items coming up, and they are faint. And I want to show the graphic that does a good job sort of explaining that as to why this is the case. There's a lot of graphics here, so I do apologize. Meanwhile, while I look for it, this is allegedly one of the photos that was released by James Webb Telescope, but I can't confirm it just yet, but you can speculate. Somebody tell the Daily Planet. This is a great image here that really does a fine job in sort of providing the visualization for people as to how to interpret how these two different telescopes function, the Hubble and the James Webb Space Telescope. So we have basically 4 columns here, and 5. And on the left, and this is for those who might either be driving or who might be visually impaired. You've mentioned to me that you appreciate my descriptive method, so I will do my best. But so basically, far left is present day. You've got the Hubble above, and then the James Webb Telescope below. The second column is modern galaxies form. The next one to the right is first galaxies form. The one to the right of that is first stars form. And then finally, there's a column that says the Big Bang. So if you are looking at the Hubble Space Telescope, it's got a line coming out of it, and it's reaching maybe 80% the way through of modern galaxies form. So what it's telling us is that it's able to interpret light from about those ages. And below it, with the James Webb Space Telescope, there's a line coming from that going all the way through modern galaxies form, all the way through first galaxy forms, and then it's almost 90% through first stars form. So its ability is extremely close to see potentially what was occurring during the Big Bang. So the way that they have described it is that it essentially can see back in time. And this is what we're seeing. We're seeing light from very old systems. Do they exist now like we see them now? No. But we're just now receiving this light. And it's incredible that, with this sort of ingenuity, we're able to do this, accomplish these sorts of things. So with this image here, so the bottom left is the Stephan's Quintet. Bottom right, that's the main image. I can't remember the area where it was, what it was called. The one above that is called Carina's Nebula, and we're going to be showing a few things about that. And the one on the left, I can't remember, but you have 2 images on the left, upper left. You've got far left, which is the actual resolved image by the James Webb Space Telescope, and on the right, it's the image that came from the Hubble. So there's a huge difference in resolution there that can certainly be seen when you actually examine these images. But I want to talk about a few things here. Let's show this image. Well, there's another example of Stephan's Quintet and the difference in resolution. Where's that? Okay, so this one just provides an understanding of the difference between the Hubble and the James Webb Space Telescope, and what light spectrums they're able to look at and analyze. And you can see, obviously, that the James Webb is mostly dedicated to working in the infrared spectrum, while the Hubble is essentially only within visible light. Very cool, cool graphic there to put things into perspective. I'm just trying to find this other one. Here's more information regarding the James Webb Telescope's ability to view the spectrum of light, because by the color of the light and its redshift, you can determine A, composition, so what elements exist there, and B, you can determine movement, you can determine expansion, direction, mass, and essentially distance, or at least how long that light's been going. If the universe is expanded in those areas where the light initially came out, then that, although the light was initially going towards us, that star, that galactic cluster could have actually moved away in all those years. So it's a lot of stuff that it leaves up to the imagination, but it certainly does tell us what what things look like back quite some time ago. So yeah, I want to show this. So I told you about the Carina Nebula, and I'll just show that right now, because they activated, and I think it was MIRI again, but one of the instruments on the telescope. Not only they took this photo, and what we have here basically is a galactic cloud of gas. They call it they call them galactic nurseries, because this is where eventually over time all these particles and molecules and atoms start to join together, and that creates mass, and they continue to gain mass, and this is where stars are born. That's why they call it a nursery. So as we can see here with this new photo, already you can see that there are tons of galaxies in the background, and obviously tons of stars as well. But with this special tool, I'm just going to place that now. Where is it? Too many images. There we go. So this tool actually adjusted for the composition and was able to actually see through it. And this is what it got. So you can actually see in this image that although the previous one didn't show them too much, there are probably millions of stars, baby stars in here, or newborn stars, whatever. But this is where they're coming together. It's absolutely incredible. So again, you can see that the resolution is extremely high, but the color spectrum has been adjusted accordingly. So, and obviously the instrument was able to compensate for diffraction of light and distortion and so forth, and to eliminate what would be normally sort of obfuscating or clouding up the image here. So this also is a revolutionary image, because there's never been a clearer image of a galactic nebula than something like this. And it confirms a lot of beliefs, and it also just gives us something that we've never seen before, and it's truly incredible. Now let's see here. They've also been analyzing. Give me a second. Where the hell? Oh, there it is. There's another planet they've been analyzing here, and or another section of the sky that they've been analyzing, which had it was suspected an exoplanet. It was a star. So this planet was able to be confirmed in existence, because with this image here, what you can see is that, and I can't find the graphic for it, but there was an animated graphic, but what happens is you're receiving light from a star, and then it dims, and then it goes, and then it gets bright again. That's an indication of some sort of planetary item So you can analyze, the brightness of the star. You can analyze how much it dims for how long and so forth. From that, you can extrapolate the size of a pattern, of a planet, its mass, and its orbit. It's actually not that difficult if you know the math, but it's really cool. It's absolutely really cool. I just want to. We're almost done with the web stuff, and we're going to move on to other stuff. I thought this was funny. A lot of seething people out there, because a lot of people say that this just proves the majesty of God. And well, if you don't believe, well, that's fine and dandy. I mean, what does it cost you, to not care about somebody's opinion? But this is Reddit after all, and apart from mostly being bots, you've got a lot of butthurt babies on there. So they really are a little too emotional. And I guess I'll read this out. Maybe there's somebody driving or something. I can find it here. It's too hard to read off the OBS. We get basically it's a rant. Says, I would hate to be a scientist today. We got the first image of the new telescope, basically the same image from the other telescope, but it took 1/50th of the time to create it, and looks 100 times sharper. Truly a wondrous machine we can use to gaze into space. And half of the goddamn Facebook's comments are fucks talking about how we can't comprehend God's creation. Like, I just want to punch them in their stupid fucking faces. We have so much work to do if we truly want to explore and survive and be the best we can be. But no, we got to praise some fucking words on 2,000-year-old paper written by some xenophobic cunts. Let's keep cutting heads off of our brothers because they feel differently than you do. Let's keep doing all the horrible shit we are doing. We are doing so well. I find that very comical because technically, and obviously he's referring to Christianity here. Christianity wasn't the first monotheistic religion there. So, yeah, this just goes to show the innate and inherent anti-Christian hate that so many at Reddit seem to share. But, all right, let me just, almost done here. Just want to check if there's any other images. I do want to showcase one thing, something that should be looked at, because you'll probably start to see more and more of it, at least more talk about it, I should say. But if we go back to the original image here, the big one. Nope, where's the next one? There we go. Okay, so you'll actually see that it looks like it's curving. There's light that looks like it's curving. Galaxies that look like they're bent. That's called gravitational lensing. So, for example, light refracts through a lens, and it basically can sometimes be distorted. And when you have, well, it could be a star, it could be a black hole, it could be anything, but anything with a substantial amount of mass will actually bend light. It'll also bend space, which is why you have gravity wells, but it bends light. So the light you're still getting, but it'll go around sometimes a star. But the way it bends and comes out the other side, and the way you see it, indicates, oh, well, if we compensate for understanding that this star has this composition, this other star has this, we can actually determine what it actually looks like behind the star, and how much mass is being used to cause this distortion of the light. It's fucking fascinating. But yeah, you can see on several, and you can sort of see a pattern, like close, just to the bottom right of the star in the middle. You can see basically that emanating around, it looks like ripples in a pool. It looks like basically, ripples in a pool. It looks like it's string that's being bent around it. And there's certain gravitational lensing that's occurring there. And I know for a fact they're going to be talking more about this in the future, because that's one of the big topics that has been discussed already on Twitter, where it's just going nuts with nerds like me, just really enjoying what we're being given. So yeah, that'll be the end of the James Webb stuff. You know what? Since Steve Langenheim wanted me to talk about it, I was actually planning to talk about Elon Musk, and there was a fire at a SpaceX launch center, and yet today they're already going back at it. But yeah, you know what? We'll cover that now. So I'm going to actually pull up that video. Should have also had that up. But I just got to find it. But the other day, there was a public service announcement. And it did seem to alarm a lot of people. So we're going to show this video. And let's just... hold on, before we do this, I just want to do that. But it came out, I believe, the last couple of days ago. I just can't remember the exact day. Was it really yesterday? It must have been yesterday. No, it's 2 days ago. It was 2 days ago. That's what I thought. So they released this... on TV, through the internet, and a lot of people certainly were quite concerned with what they heard. But I'm going to play it actually for you guys, and see what you guys think first, if in case you haven't heard about it, because this should be big news, but you just don't issue these sorts of warnings and not expect the public to, to be concerned. Because there's a lot more to this. But it's not like it hasn't happened in the past. Okay, remember, I think it was in 2018? Yeah, it was around 2018. Could be a year before or a year after. But there was that service announcement that was sent out... it was an emergency broadcast, which basically told Hawaiians that there was an incoming missile and that they had to take cover and so forth. So, there's a lot more to this than you might realize. But I'm just going to... Steve Langenheim, they don't really need to release a nuke PSA for people to want to leave New York. Look at the stupid policies that they do. All they got to do is just continue with their insane... politics, their pro-criminal policies. People are leaving New York in droves, and look how well Giuliani fixed that city and made it so prosperous. And the SJWs come in, and now criminals are running amok, and it's almost a guarantee you're going to get another Death Wish style type situation. But all right, so let's get to this video here so you guys can watch it yourself. There we go. Come on. There we go. Let's just move it so you can see it. There we go. All right, so yeah, this is it. It's kind of nutty.
So there's been a nuclear attack. Don't ask me how or why, just know that the big one has hit, okay? So what do?
Don't question if your government was the one that set it off. I mean, let's continue.
There are 3 important steps that I want you to remember. Step 1, get inside fast. You, your friends, your family, get inside. And no, staying in the car is not an option. You need to get into a building and move away from the windows.
Why does she look like she was on Sesame Street?
Step 2, stay inside. Shut all doors and windows.
Do not escape the city, citizen. Do not attempt to avoid the fallout.
Have a basement? Head there. If you don't have one, get as far into the middle of the building as possible. If you were outside after the blast, get clean immediately. Remove and bag all outer clothing to keep radioactive dust or ash away from
Is she Italian? Look at the way she's moving her hands.
your body. Step 3, stay tuned. Follow media for more information.
How do you expect to do that after the electromagnetic pulse that follows a nuclear weapon? Does everyone have a cell phone that's issued with hardened technology that can survive that sort of condition? Will it not fry out your radio and TV and internet connection, especially when, infrastructure goes down as well? How do you expect to power that stuff? With unicorn farts and rainbows? With your tolerance of people who want to chop kids' dicks off? Is that how you're going to power it?
Don't forget to sign up for Notify NYC for official alerts and updates. And don't go outside until officials say it's safe.
Do as you are told, citizen. Remain in your house.
All right, you've got this.
Now, back in my days, Sonnies, I remember the actual nuclear PSAs of this, civic or civil defense. And this is just sad. It's like, at least the ones from the 50s and stuff, sounded more professional, sounded more urgent, and, sounded like they were much more intelligent. But, this came out 2 days ago. And so I would believe it was Monday, either Sunday or Monday. I'm almost sure it was Sunday for some reason. But I certainly remember as soon as I learned about it, which was the day of, obviously my ears perked up, because it's not the first time that we've had these sorts of alarming statements made through television. In fact, the other day, I downloaded an image. Well, actually, no, this was a while ago. But the other day, I actually found it amongst my images and remembered that this event happened. I can't remember where it was. I got to look this up. But basically, during I think a TV show was sort of interrupted, and it was basically said the purge begins in this time, and it had a countdown sort of thing. So a lot of people actually took note of that too. And, they can't say it's a mistake. Nowadays, you can't hack into, unless you've got really, really good equipment. But like what happened back in the early 80s where this one guy called into, he didn't even call in. He basically took control over the transmission system of, I believe, Chicago. He had a mask of max headroom. And for the next few minutes, he was just doing jokey things, and no one ever heard from that again. But yeah, you can't do the same thing these days. But is it some sort of preparation? I'm sure it is. That you don't do these things by accident. First of all, the amount of production that goes into this. You know that you can use old commercials. There are old PSAs and stuff. You don't have to necessarily keep casting new people for this sort of thing. But more importantly, again, there was an effort that went into this. There was an obvious effort that went into this. Why now? the war with the war between Ukraine and Russia, because it's been the American, it's been the Western powers that have essentially been trying to push for nuclear retaliation amongst the two, and it's certainly indicative of what their plans are. They want nuclear war. I mean, Hillary Clinton certainly showed that she wanted that sort of conflict between Russia, despite the fact that she was working to sell them all this uranium and getting money and stuff. The ultimate goal really is to institute a new world order. That's just a simple fact. At this point, I might have been called crazy 30 years ago for raising that point because it was all there anyways, and you could just easily look it up because these are their words. Or you can accept the fact that now it's undeniable, and now they're public about it, and they're shameless about it. Carl Schwab, declaring that there will be a new world order. You won't own anything, and you'll like it. These are his words. I heard the other day Joe did a stream on the deep state. Also, looks like Joe still has me blocked in his chat for some reason. He thinks he can call in here, but going to keep me blocked in your chat? That's interdasting. But more importantly, he was very confused on several things when it came to politics, and including Klaus Schwab. He says, "Oh, this guy's probably a Nazi because he's German." Well, first of all, not all Germans are Nazis. And more importantly, the guy has a bust of Lenin on his bookshelf, and he's posed with it in the past, and he's done interviews with it present. But that's the allegiance of all these globalists: communism. I mean, how you cannot even understand it at that point is just incredible, and how people can even try to equate German National Socialism with Russian Bolshevik communism. It's ridiculous. You can't just, it's apples and oranges. It's two totally different things. And just because autocratic tyrannies are one thing that they share in common doesn't mean that the political system itself is identical. So, and again, the motivation as well. So, But getting back to this, there certainly is a reason for this to have been done at this point. Now, remember, things are falling apart in America. They're telling you that you've got 9%. They used to say 8%. Now they've changed it to 9% inflation. You're probably looking at more than 15 to 20% rate of inflation. All these, and this is something else I sort of wanted to talk about, but I mean, I assume many of you are already aware of this. There have been a record number of food processing plants, farms, natural gas producers, coal factories that have all mysteriously encountered some sort of massive issue, usually explosions, fires, floods, weird stuff that really shouldn't be happening at this rate. And this just falls in line with what people warned, is that Joe Biden was trying to start a scarcity issue in America, and a supply shortage. And obviously they've cut off, but most of the globalists have done this anyways, is that, and you can check this out because there's images everywhere of it. But China, for example, America, they basically closed their ports. They've made the process so slow to process this stuff that it's obviously going to cause supply chain issues. It's going to cost price increases due to the decreasing supply. Obviously, demand goes up, and so does cost. And it's obviously purposely hurting the economies of the entire world. Ron DeSantis of Florida, he actually drew the lines like, if you guys can't get into port in California or New York, come to Florida. We'll unload you guys all. So an extremely intelligent move there, and certainly something that is counteracting a clear move that they're attempting to utilize, forced to produce a great reset. And that obviously is... the key that they got when they finally decided to unleash the COOF. Sorry, I had to take a little sip there just to keep myself hydrated. And yes, Skype lines are open if anyone wishes to call in, talk about the two stories that I've discussed so far, or bring up another issue that they would like me to discuss, or that they would like to discuss for themselves. But... yeah, the nuclear PSA is an indicator of this, and of the fact that they're clearly planning on more. Now, I've got to use my memory here. because this was, and there's many more than you might even think. I mean, I told you about the one from Hawaii when Trump was in power, but there was there was an event that happened in South Carolina, almost positive it was South Carolina, and they basically sort of said, you know, this weekend we might get nuked in our harbor, sort of thing, and it looked like it was some sort of, you know, attempt to at least alert people that are in the know about it so they could get out. But yeah, I gotta find. Where was it? 2016, I think. I've got it somewhere in my files, but you know, I'm just bringing it up just for the fact that you know, it's very similar to the whole nuke scare from New York. Is that this announcement was made for a reason, just like it was in South Carolina, where they essentially stated that you know, the harbor might get nuked. So this is also something that they're sort of telling people about, and it makes you wonder, what do they have in store when it comes to what they have planned. But yeah, about the let's see here. Is there anything else I want to cover when it comes to the nuke PSA? No, not really. I was just looking over the final details. Actually, when was it? I think it was yesterday, actually. SpaceX, which is currently preparing its... I guess I'll show you guys the article. Give you guys something to look at. Yeah, there was an explosion on a launch platform yesterday when it came to SpaceX's Starship booster. It's being called Booster 7, and it's part of what's called the Super Heavy configuration. This thing also is going to be reusable. It's extremely large. It's going to make this thing larger than the Saturn V, you know, moon rocket. And it's also, you know, like I said, it's going to be able to be reusable, so it's going to be able to land on its own power. And it certainly seems to be coming up like it might have the capacity necessary to really bring up a lot of heavy stuff into orbit, or send it to the moon or elsewhere. But there was an actual explosion the other day, and yeah, basically I saw it. I saw the video of it, and it's crazy just for the fact that you see a huge, a huge burst from the actual launch. Wasn't a launch port, but it was. I have to find the video for you. It was a portion of the actual tower, and I think it was the refueling area. But you actually see a ripple of air as it explodes, because it was just so forceful. So obviously, whatever it was that exploded was under deep pressure. Probably again something with the refueling. But they're saying, well, it's an engine spin start test, and it didn't go according to plan. Well, I've been looking at a lot of people out there, and they think there's a little more to this. But regardless, it doesn't at least look like it's sabotage or anything. They're fairly good when it comes to that. And you know, I would like to see this thing, you know, functional. Remember, a lot of money of your taxpayer money has gone into this. But yeah, this thing is going to be a beast, and it's going to be 165 feet tall, with the upper stage called Starship and the bottom called Super Heavy. And it's got 33 engines and 6 for the upper stage. It's a badass machine, but we'll see when it's going to be ready. But they're certainly making more progress than NASA, who keeps failing. They've got their Constellation rocket, which is supposed to take. It's not even planned to take cargo to the moon. Right now, it's just going to do a flyby around the moon, and they don't even have the ability to carry cargo. and they pull it out of the launch center and onto the launch platform, and then it fails, and another test fails, and another test fails, and it's already close to 20 years on now, and still no progress on this stuff. So it really goes to show that either this is purposely being planned as a pork barrel project, which is let's just keep taking money and eventually say, okay, well, the program failed, we got to start something new. So, but all these people are still getting paid. All the shareholders are certainly getting their dividends and such, but the taxpayer is the one that's losing out. And a lot of programs like have been like that for quite some time. The F-35 is a known fucking mess. It's a shitty little plane that has already been made obsolete, and all these countries are now on the hook to pay for this crap. But yeah, when it comes to SpaceX, I would like to see them able to be... I mean, they've already accomplished a lot by being able to create rockets that can land. That was something that had been looked at for quite some time, and just about every company that came up with it prior failed. Meanwhile, SpaceX now has a proven track record where they can take an actual load of whatever, and usually it's multiple satellites. And I'm not even talking about the Starlink satellites, because they usually bring those up in clusters. But like, 3 different satellites for 3 different countries. They send that out. That gets into perfect orbit, no problem. And then the main booster comes back, lands, gets refurbished, reused, and goes at it again. And the turnaround time is actually getting lower and lower and lower. This is the stuff that they talked about in the 60s. This is and 70s. That's why they wanted a shuttle. They thought that they would actually be able to turn this around within a couple of days or even hours. They actually thought that there was the ability that you would be able to create a immensely complicated, technologically advanced device that could just be refurbished and just, sent back up to space in half a day or something. And yeah, that's a little naive and a little bit wishful, but hey, it looks like that has been. Well, I mean, we're getting closer to attaining that. That's really cool. Now, yeah, so we're done talking. Oh, well, I was going to talk about SpaceX a little more, just for the fact that I don't know if you guys have seen this, but apparently Elon Musk and Donald Trump are getting into it when it comes to social media posts, and they're firing back and forth at each other. So apparently Trump, I'm going to try to find this this link here. It is funny, but Trump, Musk. And let's see here. He's been actually going at it for quite some time. But yeah, let's listen to this.
Be to stop left-wing. Another one of our highest priorities under a Republican Congress will be to stop left-wing censorship.
This was July 9th, 2022, so just a few days ago in Anchorage, Alaska.
And to restore free speech in America. And go out, by the way, while I'm here, and sign up now for Truth Social. It's hot as a pistol, and you see that. I pulled that one right. Leon's, I tell you what, Elon is not going to buy Twitter. Where did you hear that before? From me.
No, but see, it was always evident that... I think it was always evident that he never intended to buy it. That it was more so really, it was really just to crash the stock and sort of take it down. But, and other people have tried that too. But he had the pull with the money to actually make the offer and then use intelligence to say, hold on, we still got to look at this bot issue here. And when they refused to release this information, not only did they violate American law and basically open themselves to a lawsuit by their own investors, but they also did the same thing when it comes to Musk, because Musk can now say, well, you guys clearly and purposely violated the agreement that we made, and and he still stands to possibly make $1 billion because the initial agreement essentially had that if any party canceled for no just reason, then the other one, then they would have to pay the other party $1 billion. So it still looks like Elon Musk might be getting that billion, but he did expose basically that the system is essentially a mass psyop operation. Well, it's psyop, psychological operation. But yeah, let's continue.
From me, fake account. She says fake. A lot of them. Nah, he's got himself a mess. You know, he said the other day, I've never voted for a Republican. I said, I didn't know that. He told me he voted for me.
Yeah, there's a photo of him standing next to Trump in the Oval Office. And, that was apparently, when he went there for assistance with subsidies for all his different companies. Tesla, SpaceX, Boring Company, and I think there's another one.
So he's another bullshit artist, but he's not going to be buying it. He's not going to be buying it, although he might later. Who the hell knows what's going to happen? He's got a pretty rotten contract. I looked at his contract, not a good contract.
So comical, but so they've been feuding. Actually, I'll show you this. There's the image. So when Elon Musk came to the White House asking me for help on all of his many subsidized projects, whether it's electric cars that don't drive long enough, driverless cars that crash, or rocket ships to nowhere, without which subsidies he'd be worthless, and telling me how he was a big Trump fan and Republican, I could have said, drop to your knees and beg, and he would have done it. So Trump, as always, ruthless. And you've got obviously Elon Musk talking about Trump as well, and throwing digs back at him. But it is quite comical that a lot of things aren't going too well with Elon Musk. Apparently, the other day it was found out that he had an affair with an executive of one of his companies, I believe, and they had twins from that. I believe it was twins. But regardless, the guy has 9 kids at this point now through multiple women. So you can think what you want about that. Also, he apparently, I don't know if you guys know this, but apparently during the Amber Heard trial, it was found out that she was actually cheating on Johnny Depp with Elon Musk, and he had a threesome with her. And I think, what's her name? Devaney. She's that resting face bitch who, apparently is lesbian. Apparently, but she fucked, what's his name? Elon Musk. She was in, God damn it, the Suicide Squad, or I think it was the first one, Suicide Squad. She was I don't remember. You guys help me out, man. I'm not down with the latest lingo. But I think Devaney is her last name. I mean, she's cute and all, but just resting bitch face all the time, hating men, and yet willing to get it on with Elon Musk. Well, money talks. But so it came out that Elon Musk is trying to, impregnate the world. But, I'm trying to find this other one here from Elon Musk when he's talking about Trump. This is kind of funny. Yeah, he actually is endorsing Ron DeSantis in Florida. So obviously there's some dissent there. And obviously the desire probably to garner favor from DeSantis. So I don't know. You'll have to think what you want about Elon Musk, because he is certainly an interesting individual, but I don't think that everything that he does is altruistic. And it's certain that without the subsidies that he's received, because they were doing that up here in Ontario for quite some time, is electric vehicles were being given subsidies. So, they might cost 140 grand or something, but the government would give you 60 grand for it or something like that. That's your taxpayer money. And yet, we've got to push these green technologies. And now with what's going on with the price of oil and so forth, and what's happening with Ukraine, that's okay. Don't think this wasn't planned. This was perfectly planned. They knew that this was going to happen. But more importantly, it helps push their agenda forward. When you try to, what they're doing is basically trying to eliminate the ability of people to move. If you're dependent on an electric vehicle, well, then they can do what they've wanted to do for a long time, is institute the kill switch. And, you didn't pay, you said this on social media, your car won't work until you delete your tweet or something like that. I mean, it really is that way. Anyone who denies it, anyone who refutes it, either is disingenuous and therefore a purposeful liar, or they're too ignorant to talk about the topic and need to actually go read up on it. But this is exactly what it is. And, it's just another continuation of the Agenda 2030 scenario, which has been named many things in the past. And what they're trying to do is control your diet so that you eat the bugs, right? But they continue to eat the meat, no problem. They'll continue to enjoy delicious steak. But you will eat the bugs, because by eating the bugs, you become much more subservient, and your mind actually starts to get very weak. So that's what they want. They want compliant slaves. They want people that will go to work in the factory day in and day out. I mean, if you just want an example of this, just read 1984. It's a literal blueprint as to what they're doing. Again, smart TVs that constantly keep their eyes on you. Orwell talked about this in 1948 when he wrote the book. There's nothing new under the sun. To ignore it or to refute it certainly goes to show that either people are purposely ignorant and really are choosing to bring the world down, or they know exactly what's going on and they're purposely trying to bring the world down. So in the end, you get the same two results. And the intention is, again, the same. But it's and Joe talked about this on his stream the other day with the deep state, and there's a lot that goes into that. There's a lot that happens behind the scenes, and many people aren't aware. They'll just dismiss it. They'll say, oh, the world, and I find it hilarious because even still here in Canada, they're refuting that the World Economic Forum is actually stating that they're going to institute this world government. There's one guy in Canada who I will warn you about. His name is Evan Solomon. Not surprisingly, he wears a small hat. But anything to do with truth, he labels conspiracy, ridicules his callers because he works on the iHeart News radio. Well, he's on several different. I listen to NewsTalk 1010, which is based out of Toronto, it's just news talk and stuff. And there's one good guy there. His name's Jerry Agar. I don't agree with everything he says, but at least he's got more sense to him. And it seems like he's the only conservative person there. Everyone else is a bleeding heart liberal. And, this one guy here, Evan Solomon, he is just the biggest piece of scum on the fucking planet. So fucking biased, so transparent. And yet he'll just say that everyone who just disagrees is a conspiracy theorist. So, for example, the truckers who are trying to warn people, look, first of all, your science is wrong on this coof. But more importantly is that we're the ones feeding your cities. We're the ones keeping people alive. If you're not going to help us, we can't do this, and we have to bring attention to it. So they do their what's it called? The convoy. You got stupid pieces of shit in Canada call it the free dumb convoy, as if, oh, so witty. This is probably a Reddit joke. But they don't seem to understand that this was actually for the benefit of everyone. Again, I don't understand how it's not evident to people, but it certainly should be, because they've telegraphed it. It's in their own papers. Steve Langen. Oh, we have Butterfly in the chat. Good afternoon. Steve Langenheim says, Dave, how long do you think the media can keep avoiding Hunter? It's blowing up all on social media. I was going to talk about that too, actually. Not much longer. Not much longer. Because, in fact, even Tucker Carlson's now talking about this, and he was avoiding it for quite some time. But now it's starting to seep into, like, Twitter, for example, or Facebook, where it's become so overwhelming and undeniable that even if they do try to censor it, there's too many people actually bringing that information out. And as such, there's going to, you have people calling into radio shows and stuff or TV shows and bringing that up. And, they can't shake it. They've got to address that sort of thing. So you're starting to see more and more that they're losing control of the narrative. And even Fox, for example, is trying to avoid discussing that. But there's just so much overwhelming force, especially when you have people on social media that are bringing attention to this and, say, tagging Fox or something and saying, we know you're not covering this on purpose, but we're going to remind everyone that you're not covering it on purpose. And it scares the shit out of them, because all this dinosaur media is just, they're bleeding money. They can't control the narrative anymore. Nobody wants to even spend money on them because they know they can't trust them. So, they can't hold on to this much longer. Again, because it's being covered now. It's being covered. But they were obviously for quite some time. And in fact, this whole thing where it was already proven that, that's his laptop, the guy who was asked to repair them, gave this information to all these people. Oh, well, Rudy Giuliani is just some sort of conspiracy theorist, blah, blah, blah. No, it was said from the very beginning, this is it. We have the evidence. Fuck, I saw actual stuff from his collection, basically when this was first reported, because if you go to the Chans will always give you what you need. And, the guy fucked his niece. And there's evidence of this. Like, a lot of evidence of it. So it's undeniable, and it just really should go to show that basically the justice system is entirely corrupt now. It's totally compromised, and unless people are willing to stand up and force the change, you're going to keep getting subjugated. You literally have someone who is doing crack on video, arguing with a hooker about how much crack and so forth. Meanwhile, it's his father who instituted the harshest laws against people who were smoking crack. So, rules for me, not for thee. We have Steve Langenheim says, even Elon posted about it, and he was 100 million, and he has 100 million followers on Twitter. Yes, certainly. Well, there's that. There's, I think it was a soccer player the other day. No, it was a UFC player who, and I was going to talk about this on a previous show, but I forgot. But the UFC fighter, sorry. I think it was a UFC fighter. God damn it, I can't remember who it was. But somebody came out and was, and they started talking straight up like, why is Ghislaine Maxwell in jail, but all her Johns are not? All the people that we know were on a list, because she got convicted for it, why are these people not in jail? Why is there nothing going on? And he talked about this during his press conference. Someone remind me if that was the actual... if it was a UFC post-fight interview. I'm almost sure it was, but I don't know why I thought it was a soccer star, but I don't know. There's so much, though. There's so much. Butterfly says, what is Hunter actually doing right now? Does he have a job? I think he's still working as some sort of liaison, as they call them, in Ukraine. I don't know if he's actually in Ukraine, but he was basically, one of the main contact points between the Ukrainian government and China and the big guy, as they call him in the emails, but that's Joe Biden. And apparently when this whole video of him weighing the crack, apparently this was like soon after Joe Biden wired him $20,000 to go to detox. So I guess we know what he did with the money there. But and there are purported, and I can't confirm this, and you know that I'm, into things that might blow your mind, but I always like to confirm as well. He's filmed himself smoking crack tons of time. He's filmed himself with his cracked teeth, and then he, after coming out of the doctor, he's got new teeth again, and he goes right back to it. But, what was I going to say? Purported images of a diary that Hunter kept, which apparently just looks psychotic, where one page, for example, has like die Joe Biden, like constantly, like just like down the page, or something like, and apparently this is another thing that people need to know, is that this guy had a folder on his computer where it was labeled Pedo Peter, as in pedophile Peter, and that actually was a folder for his dad. So he's literally labeling this folder for anything related to his dad as Pedo Peter. So that certainly should give you an idea of what he thinks. I mean, his daughter came out and it was in her diary. Well, she didn't come out and say it, but it was in her diary, and the diary was found. They tried to claim it wasn't hers, but it was. And basically said that she probably suffered sexual abuse as a kid. She doesn't know. She also thinks she was hypersexualized as a child, and she thinks that the showers that she had with her father, i.e. Joe Biden, may have been inappropriate. So, that certainly gives you a good idea as to how that family is. And apparently there are rumors that Hunter Biden's fucked Jill Biden. And that, what's his name? Well, Biden's apparently fucked his granddaughter, his daughter. I mean, I don't know if you guys have seen the photos of him literally kissing his granddaughter right on the lips in a way that certainly doesn't look like it's non-sexual. But, it just absolutely... I mean, this family, this absolute... entire family is a bunch of degenerates. And by the way, I don't know if you guys know, but Jill Biden actually is his, I think, second wife. While his first wife was dying, she, the babysitter, got it on, and she's, I think she was only 15 at the time, and I think he was in his 40s, possibly. Maybe late 30s. I'd have to look that up again. But it's disgusting because you can see the photo of them. He's hugging her. And she was the babysitter. And apparently people already knew about that situation back then. And, so that whole family is just fucking into incest and just a bunch of other stuff. And the evidence is there. The evidence is there. And, of course, Steve, the media loves protecting pedos because a lot of those pedos are in the media. That's the obvious Occam's razor here. Occam's razor, sorry. I need to drink some more. Hold on. Swish it in my mouth, and there we go. Occam's razor indicates that is clearly the case. That we're getting to that in a moment, Steve. I would definitely, and I'm glad that we got this because I'd like to do segues. At least I like to attempt to do segues. I actually do have some other stuff funny that I'm going to show in a moment, but so we're talking about so basically those that are the guiltiest are the ones that yell the most. So that's the reason why people in the media are actually just dismissing entirely people who are bringing up the topic of his laptop. They're like, oh, that's a conspiracy. Well, we've heard that before about many things that got proven correct, especially in the last 6 years. Oh, that's a conspiracy. That's a conspiracy. No, it proves that it's not a conspiracy. And that is one of those. So, let's see here. Actually, will I show this first? Hold on. Yes, before I do, let's take a look at Scumbag Trudeau. And you guys will hear what this piece of shit said.
You preached the whole wild world about freedoms. How come freedom fighters for the convoy are still in jail? Why? Prime Minister and...
Obviously, this is in Quebec because of the accent and so forth. Just keep watching.
Any answers? Live and reporting live here. As you can see, the Prime Minister is behind of me.
Also, I guess it confirms he hates Jews. But we'll get to that in a moment, too.
I had not the privilege, I would say the opposite, of asking the Prime Minister...
This guy's Orthodox, obviously.
...question. And obviously, the Prime Minister is such a coward. And he won't answer for the Canadian...
And these pieces of shit. This is his personal security detail. These are RCMP. Nice chin there, D. Welsh. How the fuck you get that position? These fucking pieces of shit know this guy's guilty of fucking treason. So basically, they've broken their oath and are guilty of treason as well.
People, no answers. Shame on the Prime Minister.
And come on, fatties. I know you're fucking wearing what you're wearing underneath and where your gun is. Come on. There was a time where professionals were professional and not just a bunch of fucking clowns. But you glow, motherfuckers. You glow.
Proud Canadian Jew, I'm Webb Bolivian, reporting in Montreal. Thank you.
We call him a Jew hater.
Hi, Prime Minister.
Although Mello would probably suck his dick, because, you know, Mello.
Maybe you come to a social restaurant.
Hi, Prime Minister. Just a fast question. You know me. Yes. We spoke in the past in the summer. Remember me? I said, Prime Minister, a fast question on to Merrill Lynch. You preached.
Oh, this guy's bringing up good questions. Merrill Lynch and the investment issues.
You preached the whole wild world about freedoms. How come freedom fighters for the convoy are still in jail? Why? Prime Minister, any answer?
Yeah, Tamara Lich is the lady that organized the convoy. She's been jailed, kept in jail for way longer than the law is supposed to allow, because you're entitled to a speedy trial, and obviously just false and made up charges. And under massive duress and, financial pressure, too, because they try to start a GoFundMe for her, and nope, GoFundMe decides to pull it.
Any answers for disrupting the lives of so many Canadians for the last 20 years? Prime Minister, any answers? Please answer the people of Canada. Wow, that's very a coward.
Yeah, look at this piece of shit. Oh, this is his private time. No, I'm sorry, but when you're in the position of a public figure, you have no private time anymore, especially when you're a representative of the people, and especially when you're the leader of a country. No, you've got no private time. You work 24/7 for the people. That is the role of that person.
Of a Prime Minister.
Imagine a nuclear, it's like, Prime Minister, Mr. Prime Minister, we've just detected nuclear weapons heading towards us. I'm on vacation. Call me on Monday. Is that how it works?
The people want answers, and he can't even answer. Coward what you are, Prime Minister.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the scumbag that we got. But, let's get to Jill Biden, because that's something I definitely wanted to discuss as well. And it was a good segue. Actually, before we do, I replied to this guy, the Jewish guy that took the video. I said... this image, obviously, and what this translates to is basically the father, Pierre Elliott Trudeau, and his son Justin, who at that age are visiting or are at Mecca. To be in Mecca, you have to be Muslim. You can't go into Mecca if you're not a Muslim. It's as simple as that. So that really goes to show things here. But let's get to the Jill Biden taco comment, because I thought that was absolutely fucking hilarious. And I mean, any Latino,
preach the whole world.
shut up, any Latino should be fucking insulted by this, because it's, oh man, there's so much that you can just unpack from this. So let's just go Jill Biden taco. All right, so I need that video. Where's the fucking video? There it is. Listen to this shit, people. Listen to this fucking shit. And I'm going to show the video as well. You might as well see her disingenuousness.
But we can't get those things on our own. Raul helped build this organization with the understanding that the diversity of this community, as distinct as the Bogotas of the Bronx, as beautiful.
You mean a bodega. And a bodega isn't unique to the Bronx. You fucking cunt. You know we have those in Argentina, right? In fact, I believe I've seen bodegas in Toronto, like labeled bodegas.
Beautiful as the
Because there was Latinos running them, you know?
blossoms of Miami, and as
The blossoms of Miami. Why not the plains? The plains in Spain stay mainly with rain.
unique as the breakfast tacos here in San Antonio.
Breakfast tacos here in San Antonio. It's absolutely fucking disgusting. It's absolutely fucking disgusting that she would fucking just say this sort of shit. And on top of that, for people not calling her out, or at least people that defend the Democrats not calling her out. Because there are, well, let's just show you. This lady.
Hi, it's Irene Armendariz Jackson, and here in Texas 16 is Taco Tuesday. And I have a message for Jill Biden. You may think Hispanics are unique as a taco, but I actually found the perfect taco for Joe Biden. See, it's just a shell.
Firing them hits, lady. And there's another, I can't remember her name, but there's a video of her. I'm going to try to find it. But this one's actually funny. I'll do this one first.
But we can't get those things on our own. Raul helped build this organization with the understanding that the diversity of this community, as distinct as the Bogotas of the Bronx, as beautiful as the blossoms of Miami, and as unique as the breakfast tacos here in San Antonio.
Fucking cunt. But I gotta find the. I don't know what this is. She's pretty though. I can't remember. This guy's hilarious. Terrence K. Williams.
Oh, people, do you not know?
Actually, I may have even retweeted this. I saw this black girl like basically retweet the video, and basically she said, "What's next?" Saying that blacks are unique as fried chicken and watermelon, and it's a fire line, but it's also fucking succinct and perfect. It's like, what's next? You're gonna say as Asian as rice and chopsticks? Like, serious? Because there's no limit now. You guys gotta see this. These are the typical Democrats. If you're not part of the elite, you're a pet. Especially if you're a minority, because you know that you can use them.
Oh, she said.
Well, you can use them in the sense that you're going to have other people of the elite say, "Oh, look at you. You're trying to protect our pets. Of course, I'm going to give you $20 million to your super PAC." Meanwhile, the people that are being treated like pets are saying, "I don't support you, and I'm certainly not your fucking pet."
Latinos
Yeah, I know, Stephen. It does bother me as well that she can't even say bodega.
are unique as tacos. Do you not know?
Someone says Argentinians are unique as empanadas. Other Latinos would be mad because they're like, what about our empanadas, Holmes? So it's like, empanadas just aren't made in Argentina alone. They're popular there, but they're popular in a lot of other South American countries.
Oh, my stomach hurt.
And she is basically Joe Biden's handler. Again, you've seen this time and time again where she tries to keep him focused and directed and so forth. And she's obviously younger than him, and her cognitive abilities obviously are much better than his. But he's basically being handled right now, and she's probably the primary one.
I could go for a taco right now. I could
always go for a fucking taco. As long as there's not too much cilantro. I really dislike that.
For a beef taco right now with some sour
Shout out to Joey Z in the chat.
cream and some cheddar cheese and some tomatoes, maybe a little bit of onions or some lettuce. A little bit of lettuce. I don't like too much lettuce on my tacos.
I definitely suggest you guys check this guy. He's fucking hilarious.
We talking about Jill. Okay, so I love tacos. They are unique. They pretty good. But
yeah, I know.
What if Melania said black people are as unique as collard greens?
There'd be a fucking revolt.
What if Melania said?
Well, Melania speaks like 6 different languages, and I don't think this lady speaks anything more than English. I mean, she can't even say bodega right. Bodega. I think maybe she's getting confused with Bogota, the capital of Venezuela. But no, it's bodega, not bodega. So, that sounds more like something from fucking Star Wars. I'm going to bodega.
Black people are as unique as fried chicken wings. Do you not know people would throw a temper tantrum? They'd
burn a city down, man.
Will flip out. Jill Biden, you and your husband, both of y'all just need to go to bed, go to sleep.
And never wake up.
Both of y'all just don't need to make any public appearances. We know he not running nothing, you not running nothing. Y'all don't need...
Only thing she's running is his fucking, his beeline to the bathroom.
Even need to show up. Just don't even get in front of a microphone. Just don't get in front of a camera. Just go back to the basement and just
that's right. He kept
do what you do because you're not running anything. Both of y'all are not doing anything for this country, so you really don't even need to be on TV anyway, since you're not doing nothing.
Yeah, great stuff. And yeah, she gets lambasted. It's funny though, because remember this when he's like, "Happy Cinco de Mayo. The best taco bowls are made at Trump Tower Grill." I love Hispanics. That's it, dude. It's fucking hilarious, and it's a troll line. Like this guy had, because obviously, if you haven't gotten this by now, then clearly you're not getting it. But do you guys think that Trump was writing all his fucking tweets, or that maybe he had a team of people to handle his social media, like say, I don't know, every other fucking celebrity out there? So, if you get instructions from Trump, okay, I want you to be bombastic. I want you to do this. I want you to use these terms and stuff. I certainly want you to promote my brand. Of course you're going to get fucking tweets like this. So people like thinking that Trump is actually making this mean tweet at 2 a.m. in the morning and stuff. It could be, but more often than not, it's, again, when you work for an organization in media, you understand that press releases are something that need to be planned ahead of time, which means that you have, say, the week's worth of tweets. Actually, in fact, to do it properly, do the entire year first. And, each month you have certain days that they're going to have to say something. And sometimes you just have, one of your political advisors write something quick and put it out on social media. But, basically the biggest thing here, and this is the typical thing of Trump, is that he's just promoting his brand. Come to Trump Tower, just to tie the taco bowls. Oh, by the way, I love you, Hispanics. And that, again, is funny because he's he's trying to convince people that he thinks that Hispanics, this obviously, he knows this shit, but, you know, he is trying to make people think that he only thinks that Hispanics makes tacos. And, you know, obviously that's with only certain cultures, Hispanic cultures, not all of them, obviously. But regardless, it's a great, this guy certainly knew how to troll proper, and his team certainly took the advice necessary as to do so. But if anyone actually thought that he was doing all those tweets, I got a bridge to sell you in fucking Arizona. And I know that's not the right one. Everyone says Brooklyn or whatever, or New York, but you know what? Arizona, because it's all land and very few bodies of water, so why the fuck do you need a bridge? So, I like my example better. Steve Langenheim says, Trump did the taco right, unlike her. Well, that taco bowl does look nice. A Latino commenting about Jill Biden. Let's see what he has to say. I still want to find that other tweet from that black girl.
This community, as distinct as the Bogotas of the Bronx, as beautiful.
Oh, it hurts just to hear her say that.
Beautiful as the blossoms of Miami, and as unique as the breakfast tacos here in San Antonio.
Hola. Me llamo Drew Hernandez. Oh, ¿Inglés?
Sí, Kamala. Por favor.
I am your host, Drew Hernandez. I am a taco, sometimes a good, obedient taco, but recently I've been a bad taco, a bad little taco. I haven't been listening to my white leftist masters lately. Bad taco, yes. Bad taco. I'll do better. Matter of fact, I'll build back better. Lo siento, Brendan. I've never shown my family on camera before because I want to protect their identities, but I thought today on Taco Tuesday, where Jill Biden has officially called all of us brown people tacos, I wanted to invite my family in studio today to show all of you what a proud Hispanic brown family looks like, and it's this. You know what the far left wants me to do?
You're discriminating against us white Latinos. I mean, that's unbelievable.
Dismantle the...
Stop with the Latino on Latino hate. Come on.
Nuclear family. Dismantle the nuclear family.
No, not those beautiful tacos.
Dismantle my mom. Sorry, Mom. Sorry, Dad. I'm going to dismantle my family and destroy my family because that's what the far left wants me to do, is destroy my brown family because I am a taco and that's what I've been told I am by Joe Biden. So dismantle the nuclear family. Dismantle it. Dismantle it. Dismantle the nuclear family. Yes.
And just a reminder, Latinos are... have some of the lowest, and it's still high with everyone, but it's fairly low when it comes to everyone else in regards to abortion. So Latinos, hey, chiquita, you got pregnant? I'm sorry, but you're going to have to marry that vato, and I'm going to make sure that he does marry you. And then you're going to have more kids and more kids and more kids, and then, we'll have a lot of big family, and it's going to be great. The barbecue is going to be absolutely spectacular. The asados are going to be amazing. But no, I don't care. You got pregnant at 13? Okay, that's what we're going to do. But then, that's a couple of years older than when I impregnated your mother. But that's fine, because now we have an even bigger family, after all. So, yeah, when it comes to building big families, Latinos certainly like to do that. And they certainly don't like to be told by people like Jill Biden that their family is worth nothing or that they're just simple tacos. So we got Stephen Langenheim says, she's 71. You would think he would know how to pronounce bodega at her age. Hell, I'm 33 and I knew it instantly how to pronounce it or how it sounds. This goes to show actually the contempt that she has. She never bothered to learn it because she doesn't care. It's as simple as that. Everyone she views, they're just a pawn for her to use and then be thrown out. The ultimate goal really is just the power that they hold on to. And that's why they're willing to do anything, including sell out their families or even have them killed. But yes, very, very cringe. A lot of people talking out about this.
For Jill Biden, the Democratic Party, anybody associated with the Latinx movement, I don't know what a bogueta is, but this...
Also, I like the fact he's calling out the Latinx crap. The only people I hear ever using that term are white leftists. That's it. Latinos don't use that word. Oh, God.
Jill Biden, the Democratic Party, anybody associated with the Latinx movement. I don't know what a bogueta is, but this this is a bodega, Jill. It's a bodega, okay? And they're not only in the Bronx, they're all over New York City. That's the first thing. Second thing.
Yes.
Is when it comes to, I don't even know how to say it. You realize that you referred to 20% of the United States population as breakfast tacos.
Yes, she did. Also, this guy's Cuban. So this guy goes to show that he understands what actual liberty is, because anyone who escapes from Cuba knows that socialism is a fucking failure. So he obviously appreciates his freedom that he's got in America, and you can definitely tell that he certainly will fight for it.
That's so idiotic. I don't even know how to trash it more than it already is, because it just stands for itself. When it comes to tacos are Mexican, Jill. Not everybody who speaks Spanish is Mexican.
True.
And breakfast tacos aren't even Mexican, Jill.
That's something I'm so glad that he brought it up, because it would be argued with me, because apparently my tint is so much whiter than a fucking cloud that, oh, you're not real Latino. Okay. But, yeah, this is a simple fact that I thought everyone already knew. Breakfast tacos aren't a fucking thing. Breakfast burritos aren't a fucking thing. And Butterfly, the only thing I can suspect as to why she was in San Antonio is probably just for the fact that they're doing a damage control tour for Joe Biden, trying to distract people from the economy right now and from what's happening with what they're pushing with the pinchies, that goes in your arm, according to that supposed Chinese flu. And obviously the stuff with Ukraine as well. It's all distraction.
They're invented in Texas.
Because again, remember as well, if they didn't have this information to, say, play on CNN, they might actually have to cover the Hunter Biden laptop story now, wouldn't they? So get a bunch of fluff stories, oh, everything's doing great in America, and don't concentrate on actually what's going on. Keep the people in the dark.
Okay. Next thing is the whole Latinx.
I love this guy already, calling all this shit out. There's another Latino in the chat. This is what pandering gets you. Karma bites this stupid bitch in our ass, fake ass doctor.
Word, the term, whatever, it's not a thing. Nobody uses it. Okay? Not only that.
Well, correction, only white liberals. Well, white leftists, I would say.
But it's basically, I consider it a racial slur, okay? And I'm not going to let the racist Democrat...
Actually, that's kind of, yeah, I guess you could consider it that. If you guys want to relate it to the wrestling, it is well known that, Alberto Del Rio, was particularly upset at Triple H and the WWE because he kept using the word Bumblebee to refer to Hispanic wrestlers. And apparently that came from the Simpsons character Bumblebee Man, who was, Latino, and he was featured in these comedic shows and always got the short end of the stick and stuff. But yeah, so basically Triple H would refer to Latino talent as bumblebees. And Del Rio apparently knew that reference and wasn't too pleased about it.
Democrat Party, who's been rebranding non-whites ever since they decided to bring in people from Africa for the slave trade. I'm not going to let them do that to the Hispanic community. That's the first thing. Also, for these self-proclaimed Hispanics and Latinos who refer to themselves as Latinx.
I'm already unequivocally stating that they no longer have the Latino card. It's as simple as that. Latino card, Hispanic card, all revoked entirely.
They're so removed from the Hispanic community.
Exactly, so they're not.
That it should be comparable to blackface every time they pretend to represent us.
Actually, that is a good fucking way of putting it. I really like this guy.
The Democratic Party everything that it touches turns to shit. And the only tradition in the Democratic Party is racism. So,
oh my God, this guy's on fire.
You got to realize that now, not only are they trying to take over the majority of these states, but they're also getting their hands involved in the Hispanic community.
Yep.
We can't have it. We can't.
They want your votes, buddies. They want your votes. They've used up the blacks. They can't use them anymore. You know, the blacks are waking up. They don't want to be pets. So now they're trying to move on to the Latinos. But Latinos been woke to this shit for quite some time. So, you know, good luck trying to fucking accomplish this. In fact, I think Joe Biden has the lowest support rate amongst Latinos, with Latinos amongst the entire U.S. populace.
Let it happen. My name is Desi Cuellar. If you want to do your part to make sure that after November there's one less idiot in office, donate to the campaign. Thank you very much.
And, yeah, you want to donate to his campaign?
This is a message for Jill Biden.
Desi Cuellar, Queens native, Cuban-American congressional candidate representing the people of Queens and the Bronx, New York 14. So, if that's excuse me, it is just about 4:20, so you have to indulge with me, or you're a square. But yeah, if you want to donate to a campaign in this region, whether you live there or not, I think this man might be worthy of your vote. So, I know I tweeted some of this shit out because there was some really funny shit. Let's listen to the... Actually, no, it's a little too long. This one, that's her. Flores. Republican Representative Mayra Flores of Texas, or Texas. First Mexican-born member of the Congress, fired off the zinger at both CNN and the First Lady after the former published a piece calling her and other Republican Latina candidates not the real deal. There's a video of her, though. I know that for a fact. So, you know what? I'm just going to look that up and see if we can find it. Because she hit back hard as well. She was pissed off when this came out. She certainly did make videos like, you're calling us fucking tacos. And just like this other guy, there's a bunch of other people that are Hispanic or Latino, and they don't make tacos. They don't eat tacos. So how do you, you know, just label everyone like that? I think it's this one.
Tensions between the two countries. Biden.
Also, Skype lines remain open. Anyone wants to talk about this? Any heated Latino is perfectly fine. If you want to talk about the James Webb Space Telescope, cool. Jill Biden's, well, obviously we're talking still about Jill Biden stuff. Elon Musk and Trump, or any other story you might want raised. We still got more stories to go. But, hey, it is 4:21 right now, and perhaps I'm helping you get through your day. But either way, there's news to say. All right, let's continue.
Getting an earful from Mexico's president during yesterday's meeting in the White House.
Where was it? There was a... I got to find this as well. Joe Biden went to, I think, oh god damn it, I can't remember what it was a Latino country in Latin America, and she said basically from my husband Joe, and from the entire American people, we just want to say buenas tardes, which just basically means good afternoon, as opposed to saying we appreciate and admire your people and culture. We shall forever remain close-knit friends because we share a border and share the same interests in seeing our countries prosperous. That would be what a normal politician would say. But yeah, she just basically, and I'm gonna try to find that video too. But she's like, oh, from the American people and me and my husband, good afternoon. The fuck? What kind of pleasantry is that? And I'm not down with the pleasantries, but at least try to make it a little more opulent. You're visiting a fucking other country.
A bit of an awkward sit-down, highlighting tensions between the two countries. President Obrador launched into a lecture.
It's Obrador. With all the fucking woke, Latinx crap in America, you'd expect that, you know, they'd have like these sensitivity trainings where they'd at least teach them how to speak Spanish properly. Fuck. That's fine, Latino. I'm just saying if anyone wants to call in.
Sure, doling out advice and everything.
Because there's other Latinos that listen to me, you know. Don't think you're the only one, okay? You know, there's several Latinos.
From the border crisis and immigration to inflation and gas prices. Congressman Myra Flores, a new Republican on the House Homeland Security Committee and the Border
Brady
Security Subcommittee. Welcome to our program. Good morning to you. That Mexican president skipped a chance to see the president in California about a month ago. I want to tee a couple things up for you. First, the Mexican president, what he said about Republicans, etc.
The conservatives van a pegar el grito en el cielo. Are going to be screaming all over the place. Pero sin un programa atrevido de desarrollo y bienestar. But without a daring, a bold program of development and well-being, no será posible resolver los problemas. It will not be possible to solve problems.
So that's his position, and the president responded quickly with this.
I like Smith
The thrust of what you're saying, we agree with. We need to work closer together.
So we would need to work closely together. These countries, the U.S., current administration, Mexico, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, the list as long as my arm, they haven't figured out to cure any of this problem, have they?
No, unfortunately they haven't, and I appreciate Mexico's president coming and appreciate his comments, but the conversation that needed to be had was how do we solve the border crisis that is affecting all of us, not just the American people, it's also affecting people from Mexico. I have family in Mexico that are hurting tremendously because of the border crisis, because the criminal organizations have taken over.
Yep, there's a lot, and a lot of people in Mexico where these migrants go, they try to kick them out, and they get violent because they know what these people are up to. And, you know, although they're moving into the Americas, while they're still there, they're causing crime. Again, reasons why they shouldn't even be in America, but they're using Mexico as a highway to get there, and they're still doing the same thing that they were doing in their shithole countries. Again, reasons why they have to be shot on sight if they step 1 foot into the United States.
Tamaulipas. So this is something that we should both be working together and having a more broad conversation. We do support legal immigration, of course we do. We want people to come here for the American dream and to work hard, but not what's happening right now at the border. People are going through a dangerous journey, increasing child sex trafficking, alarming rates. This is something that we should all come together and work for the safety of all immigrants and of course innocent children that are being dragged into child sex trafficking. That's a reality, and I think that that conversation wasn't had. I mean, Biden was half asleep the entire time, and I find that very disrespectful. I think it's important to be fully alert and having these conversations that are really impacting us, all Americans.
And this is also a little bit of predictive programming. They are sort of setting it up for him to be removed from office due to mental decline. They try to do the same thing with Trump. Obviously, that wasn't going to work, but you can't deny it with this child sniffer. And, yeah, they're trying to set it up, which would be the easiest thing for them to install anyone who they want, including Hillary back in. So.
This country.
You look at the timing, Congresswoman, of this new New York Times Siena College poll showing that the president continues to lose ground with Hispanic voters. I mean, it is a sharp drop from where he was. Approval rating in January 20.
Yeah, see, like I said, only 32% support him.
21 was 65%. It is now 32% in the latest polling. To what do you attribute?
Did it take, what, a year for these Latinos to learn how to read English so that they could look into his record and realize that this guy should never have even been nominated in the first place?
This steep of a drop.
The economy. Also the border crisis, and they've taken us for granted the entire time, and nothing that they do moving forward is going to change that, and we're going to teach them a strong lesson in November that they do not own our vote, and that they need to bring back, you know, the good economy that we had prior to the Biden administration.
Well, two things. Did you say the president was half asleep? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, he really was.
When?
And the president of Mexico was talking to him, he wasn't really paying attention to what he had to say.
Well, that's what you believe.
That's what I believe. That's what I saw, and I think that's what most people saw.
Okay.
Fox News trying to cover their ass.
Also, you had the First Lady had a bit of a slip-up this week. She since apologized, and here was the statement. The First Lady apologizes that her words conveyed anything but pure admiration and love for the Latino community.
Bullshit. You don't look at tacos and say this is the culmination of Latino accomplishment. Okay?
Do you
I might have to go, well, that could go to a lot of different things, actually, to be quite honest. But you don't look at tacos and say that's the culmination. Everything else that came was shit. This is as high as they're going to get making tacos, and everything else is garbage. That's basically what she's saying.
Accept her apology from this past week.
Yeah, right. They don't see us as Americans. They see us as tacos. That's exactly how
Órale, lady. Órale.
they see us. And we're proud Americans, and they only are doing this to get our vote, and they think that by giving us tacos and playing Latin music, that's all it's going to take for us to vote for them in November. It's going to take a lot more than that. We want gas, rent, and groceries to come down. We want more money in our pockets, and they're only making our lives more miserable.
Can she say something that you would accept in terms of an apology?
We take her apology, but we know that the reason why she's apologizing is because of all the backlash that she's receiving. She really doesn't mean it.
Well, we appreciate you joining us. Thank you very much, Congresswoman.
Myra Flores, the representative from Texas. Thank you.
And again, she had said that to, look at this, CNN opinion. These GOP Latina candidates are not the real deal. So she's just a taco. I mean, this is just dismissing someone's identity. It's like, oh, well, you don't vote for what we tell you to vote for. So clearly you're a sellout. You're an Uncle Tom. You're not a real deal Latino. This is how they try to deny your identity. Yeah, they're fucking roasting this shit up. Yeah, this is a good one. I love how, again, the internet just is on fire with this shit. And yeah, what we see and what Jill Biden sees. So she sees just Latinos, just typical Latino family. As a bunch of tacos. So I was going to actually go to, what was it? I want to show you this gaffe that happened the other day with Joe Biden. I don't know if you guys saw it, but it was absolutely fucking hilarious, where he was reading his teleprompter and it told him to repeat the line. And it was like basically watching Anchorman, where they're like, damn, don't you know that Bron will read everything that's put on the screen? So let me just find this here. Let's see if I can find. Oh, there we go. Beautiful. And some people made some great ones, some great memes.
The percentage of the men who do so, end of quote. It is noteworthy that the percentage of women who register to vote and cast a ballot is consistently higher than the percentage of the men who do so, end of quote. Repeat the line. Women are not without electoral and or political, or maybe precise, not and or political. It is noteworthy that the percentage of women who register to vote and cast a ballot is consistently higher than the percentage of the men who do so, end of quote. Repeat the line.
Oh my God. This was already known when he was nominated. Okay? So come the fuck on. How is it possible that people can still be unabashed for voting for this guy when it was clear what was going to fucking happen? I'm trying to find the one where they did the edit. A lot of people just don't seem to understand how the fuck can this happen. Let's see if I can find a read line. Burgundy, maybe. I tweeted it, but I can't. I think it's this one, but.
And when I say anything, I mean nah.
Article Q1. Majority writes, and I quote, women, it's a quote now from the majority, women are not without electoral or political power. It is noteworthy that the percentage of women who register to vote and cast a ballot is consistently higher than the percentage of the men who do so. End of quote. Repeat the line. Women are not without electoral and or political or maybe.
No, it wasn't that one. It was another one that was just so goddamn good. And I'm going to go to my profile here because I should be somewhere here. I think it was here. A lot of space stuff. See, look at this also. This is some of the gravitational lensing I was talking about earlier. You know, obviously this is a galaxy, but it's possibly behind this. That could be a star. That could be a galaxy. I don't know, but probably a star just from the star rings here, the starburst. But yeah, this is behind it, so it's being the light's bending around it, and which is why you're seeing this curve. You see that entirely here. There's something around here that's causing all this to bend. You can see it. You can actually see the gravitational lensing here. It's kind of cool. All the different discoveries of the elements. There's the difference. This is, again, ultimately cool. Oh yeah, this is happening today. I forgot to. This was something else that I should have just opened my fucking stupid list. But yeah, tonight you're going to see the largest supermoon of the year. It's at perigee, which means its closest approach to Earth. It's going to appear 14% bigger and 30% brighter. We're covered up with clouds right now, so I probably won't get. Every time there's such beauty in the cosmos, the weather always seems to find a way to fuck me over. But yeah, so tonight, if you've got a chance to actually look at the moon, and last night it was beautiful. The last night the full, it was almost full, but or it was, but yeah, it was just amazing. This is kind of funny, just as a little side note here. My line is so much for being a bulldog. Yeah, this cow didn't get too happy that the dog got too close to him. Comical though. It's a big steer, though. Wouldn't want to be around that thing. Look at that. All right, so where are... Oh, yeah, this is actually kind of funny. It's Tony, basically. That's Tony. So the caption is, I love seeing when spoiled children don't get their way. So the dad, very smart that he's got a little spoiled brat. Or maybe it's a cousin or something. Usually the cousins are much more spoiled. Kid's trying to blow out his candle, and dad has the plate. And then he has the little tantrum. Look at that. Let's focus on that face just for a moment because I think it's absolutely hilarious. And, you know, there you go. Oh, your tears power me. I love it. Shout out to Clem Baked in the chat. Says, that's not the only thing that's going to be 14% bigger tonight. Giggity, giggity. All right. So yes, if you haven't already, subscribe to me on Twitter because I do some funny things. This is kind of cool. I'm still trying to get to the tweet that I was referring to, but regardless, is somebody compiled the Obi-Wan Kenobi series into 2.5 hours as a movie, cut out what they thought was crap, and kept what they thought was good, and apparently... it is. I didn't watch the full series, but I did watch this. And, well, I already saw enough wokeness in this one. Tells me that the entire series probably had to deal with a lot of fucking sappy bullshit. So, well, it was okay. But I'm guessing that if I watched the series, I'd probably be like, this is shit. Because that's what I've been seeing. So, let's see here. Where is that tweet? Also, this is not how you hack, okay? This is not, you don't just get two people at the same time to type. That's just not how it works. And this show, I mean, this show needs to be destroyed. NCIS, And every person that worked for it should be jailed for life for allowing for such stupidity to be displayed on screen. Clambake says, "Oh shit! I didn't know that you were back on Twitter." Yes, after Elon Musk made his offer, things got lightened up, and I was able to finagle my way for a 7th time. I should actually have that in my bio for Twitter. But yeah, I'm a 6-time exile. This is my 7th time back. But yeah, if you want to subscribe or whatever it's called, friend, whatever, follow. There we go. Follow. At DDR20221. That's at DDR20221. Operator standing by. So, where the fuck is that image? Oh yeah, apparently Joe's been found safe, because I did witness that abduction of Joe Cronin. Culprit Tony from the rear, still on the loose. Alert the Boston RCMP, but do not approach him. He's considered stoned and stupid. We all know I rock. Oh, there we go. There we go. This is it. This is it, babies. This is it.
Consistently higher than the percentage of the men who do so. End of quote. Repeat the line.
Damn it! For the last time, anything you put on that prompter, Burgundy will read.
Consistently higher than the percentage of the men who do so.
All right, we're gonna take a call. Hopefully, you guys heard that that clip. But yeah, that's the one, guys. So Benny Johnson made it. Fucking great clip, and certainly worthwhile. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the second most hated Latino in the community, who is not a taco, and tacos don't represent him. Neither does Jill Biden. It's Latino heat.
What's up? I'm not even a pastele. I'm not a freaking albondiga. I'm not a fucking paella. I'm none of that.
I don't like albondigas personally. Albondigas, by the way, are meatballs, but some people make them the size of baseballs, and I hate that shit. Meatballs are supposed to be the size of Swedish meatballs. That's it. But yeah, I've got a big dislike for albondigas, but I know what you're saying. I just have to explain it for the non-Spanish speaking people like Joe Biden.
I've seen them as big as you're saying. Yeah, that's some funny shit.
Too much.
But no, I mean, this woman with this fake fucking doctor title, because it was an honorary title, and she demands that everybody call her doctor.
Oh, I've
met
those people. It's like, but you're not my doctor. But I went to school for that. It's like, well, and that's not my problem. You fucking spend $100,000 to go be called a doctor. You sure as fuck ain't mine.
Yeah, it just makes me sick. Just to show how stupid she is. But Melania Trump, who knew or knows 5 fucking different languages, has more decorum and fucking
more sense
than this bitch. For the 4 years that she was the first lady, they went after her, and that woman is so much more intelligent than this stupid
intelligent,
bitch.
Classy, dignified, physically attractive, skilled. I mean, so her being genetically, gifted, she did nudes when she was younger. Her and Trump hooked up because, it looks like power and vice versa and all that, and they decided to make I don't necessarily think it's a marriage of convenience, but I mean, it's like they know. She even came out when she did a video, she was interviewed. They're like, are you only with him because of his money? And it's just like, how did she respond? It was along the lines like, it'd be very disingenuous to ignore it, or something along the lines like, you can't just be serious here. But that's like, obviously, I certainly like this lifestyle, but he likes me for my looks and for what I give him and the support I give him and so forth. And we do love each other, but like, I don't know, the bullshit that the fucking left does with the hypocrisy between, say, Melania Trump, who was never featured on a cover or anything like that, despite her literally being the hottest first lady ever. But, all these, like, they put Clinton on there, like, savior of the world, and, it's fucking disgusting.
No, I tell you what, if AOC fucking posed nude, I bet you they would say, "Oh, that was such a brave move on her part to
Well,
have
she
done
kind of
such a
actually
thing."
has, but it's not been. It was more like stuff that got leaked. She still looks like a fucking horse. I don't care what anyone fucking says. I don't give a. If you're being deceived by her, it's those big milkies that are doing so.
Those
So
big milkies.
sorry, guys. You got to think smart. And look at her face, and that'll wake you up, or it should, because it's like looking into a stable. You're looking literally at a horse. And she is just, I mean, there may be, and I'm still looking into this. I still haven't verified because I haven't downloaded the dump. There's a lot of gigabytes worth of fucking Biden stuff. But it's very possible that he was found on camera in a photo doing AOC. We know already that he, hey, I don't know if you guys know, but there's photos of him doing, what's her name?
You should have done
Melanie Obama. What's her name? Like one of the daughters. I think it starts with an M.
That's fucking hilarious if that's true.
Oh no! It's proven. It's actually the same tattoos. Same. It all coincides. I mean, I could put this up, but the video would probably be taken down. But I could send you guys this stuff. Bottom line is, absolutely, was this guy involved with? I can't remember. It was the elder Trump daughter, I believe. Elder Obama daughter, which aren't even his daughters, by the way. They were adopted, and you can see that there's no physical resemblance to them. But yeah, I believe it's the eldest daughter, who also got an internship working for Harvey Weinstein, by the way. She's the one that is on video and in still photographs being fucked by Hunter Biden.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you guys want to see the photos, I can provide you with the photos, but not here on this stream because I'm not getting it taken down. But hey, I've done the proof. I've done the evidence. Not even. I've done the research to find the proof and therefore have the evidence. It's just been a very long day. And I mean, there's been a lot I've been talking about too. So.
You know what's funny? How they're downplaying this shit of her with her gaffe, quote unquote, which it wasn't a gaffe. It was what she actually fucking felt.
Somebody wrote that script. Somebody wrote that script. This is not off the cup flippant, comments. This is literally somebody who's reading a fucking teleprompter.
That's exactly how they feel about all the Latinos, especially the ones coming across the border. But even those more so, because to them, they're mindless fucks that, because we brought you here, we let you come here, now you owe us something. That's called a vote. So when we call upon you to vote for our party, you better do so. Or possibly, INS might show up at wherever you're at, and you might go bye-bye.
Yep. That's a good
guarantee
way
they're
of getting
telling them
votes
that.
now, isn't it?
But what gets me is, like I wrote in the chat, if that bitch would have said black people are synonymous with collard greens, you know damn well the black communities would have been like, what the fuck?
There'd be riots in the streets literally
They'd be
hours
fucking-
afterwards.
Exactly. Breaking into stores and shit and fucking burning down shit. The ones that use that as an excuse, I should say, because not all black people are like that. It's the ones that want to start shit and do the wrong shit that do that.
No, but there'd be people that would still say, just like, some of these other people we saw, just like, and they're conservative or something. They'd say like I don't accept, what the left of my community is saying, but still, I even find this egregious, and at least we can find common ground on that. But like, regardless of political leaning, I know for a fact that people of all political stripes in the Latino community thought this was absolutely abhorrent, disgusting, and saw it exactly for what it was, to try to pander.
Yeah. And they know that apology is disingenuous as fuck. I know it is. Nobody's buying that fucking apology. Bullshit.
It's fucking
that
disgusting.
She has love for the Latino community. Fuck you do. How many Latinos are where they live? Please. The only ones that would be there are the ones that work at the fucking restaurants washing dishes and shit. That's the only Latinos they have where they live.
Yeah, basically. Or the long guys that they even, still question, like, stay away from Pedro because, he's cutting the lawn, but he's dangerous. And,
they probably won't
as
even
soon
let
as you're
them
done,
touch their
Pedro, get the
yachts.
fuck out of our gated community. So.
Okay? They probably won't even let the Hispanics touch their yachts for fear of them, scratching it or something. These fucking motherfuckers.
They've just been exposed so badly. And
Yeah,
it's just funny because when they
CNN
try, I mean, I remember a time, and I'm sure you do, when at least the deep state tried to make things convincing so that, you know, what they would, a press release, a fucking news story, an article, would at least put the effort enough to try to lie well enough to convince people of the lie. And it would take a little bit more effort to actually determine if it was. But nowadays, it's just so fucking blatant. And it's so hilarious that they really have just gotten lazy. They don't give a shit no more. So they're
No,
really
they don't.
they're willing to say shit like this. Actually, again, have somebody write this, say this shit, and then well, I know the people are apathetic enough, and they're not even going to revolt. So I'll just apologize, and it'll just be forgotten because we'll have another school shooting that we paid for to get the CIA to actually conduct that operation, and then we can continue to push for no guns and blah blah blah, and they rely on the apathy of the citizenry. They want people to forget things, and that's why they pump you through, with all this bullshit media to get you forget the last school shooting. I mean, there are some people that are talking about Uvalde now, but there was the one that came after, and that one's not really being talked about too much either.
What's that Ultra program called? That Ultra program? I can't remember. I know it's Ultra.
MK Ultra.
Okay, MK Ultra to me is legit, but
it is legit. It's in fucking records.
No, but what I'm saying is they're using MK Ultra to fucking push their narrative about gun violence, because I guarantee you, a lot of these sicko kids and shit that are doing this were indoctrinated in that fucking
Absolutely.
program.
No, that's a guaranteed fact, and it's been proven. Many of them, like, there was this Chinese shooter who, I can't remember the year. I've got this all logged, and maybe I should do a show on strange events. These shootings that are all very weird and bizarre. But maybe I should do something like that, which covers, okay, well, this guy actually went into this medical facility known for running MK Ultra, and then came out different, and then soon after heard something on the radio which initiated his mind. It was the trigger, and he went out and did the shooting and stuff. It's textbook MK Ultra.
I even believe that 4th of July parade shooting is fucking MK Ultra involved also.
Yeah, that's the other one I was going to talk about. That's certainly one of them. But also
look at them.
But the Waukesha is not MK Ultra. That was actually somebody that they radicalized, that the media radicalized with their anti-white hate. Essentially, they're convincing people, mentally ill and not mentally ill. Okay, because there's just people that are hateful. I'm just very surprised and disappointed that many will just dismiss it like, oh, somebody committed a mass shooting. They must be mentally ill. Well, then I guess you don't understand that evil does exist. So there are people that are willing to do that. And if they're radicalized by constantly being bombarded by, white people are constantly lynching black people and they're evil and holding you down and all that stuff, you're going to have these hateful people, evil people, who are going to take action and who are going to commit egregious crimes.
But the fucking thing is, whenever there's a supposed expose about, the shooter was mentally ill and showed signs of it and shit, the left does not recognize that they were mentally ill. They go ahead and try to say they had ties to
It depends on the case. It depends on the case. Sometimes they'll say, that person was mentally ill because it's found out that they're a leftist. Sometimes they'll say, this guy who was under MK Ultra control, they won't say that, but the guy from Charlotte. That's a fucking crazy story. But yeah, this guy was not mentally ill. Or like, for example, Sandy Hook? Yes, Sandy Hook. That guy's not mentally ill. This is just white supremacy. No, this guy was a product of MK Ultra. So it depends on who it is. If it's somebody who's in the institution, somebody's being utilized by the system, then they're going to say mental illness. But if it's somebody who can help push their narrative forward of, white men bad. And you see this. It was a white shooter at Uvalde. No, it was a fucking mestizo. It was a literal tranny mestizo. But, his skin is white. So it's a white-skinned individual. It's a white person. And it turns out that it's not. And it turns out that this guy or the guy from the July 4th thing, pure anti-MAGA. Like, they're not pro-MAGA as they say.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, well, this guy was like pro-Trump. Like, no, if you go into his
No, he
stuff,
wasn't.
you go into his videos, you go into his postings and stuff, he's using symbols that are pro-anarchist and communist. He's talking about things that are purely anti-Trump and so forth. He's showing, traits of violence and instability. But no, the left will immediately jump on this and attempt to force it to fit their narrative. And if it doesn't, or it's found out that it doesn't, the story is quickly dropped.
Now, one of two things is going to happen. Either there's going to be another convenient fucking mass shooting coming up.
Oh, you bet on it. We're in the dog days of summer, people. And that means that this is a time of esoteric importance to the elite. During this time, not only due to the energy that we're receiving, due to the summer and how it affects people, and due to the spells that they're casting, they're going, and we saw this during the riots of 2020 and so forth, that this is the time where they purposely try to stoke those fires and create, utilizing spells. And a spell could be a simple fucking news story, which is trying to indoctrinate people into a belief of something that did not occur, and then instigate a reaction that is, again, problem, reaction, solution. They want to create a problem, and therefore, and they do, then they know the obvious reaction that's going to occur from it, and then finally, they've got to come in with the solution to save the people from themselves. Please continue.
Yeah, and like I said, it's either that's going to happen or they're going to create a police-involved fucking incident in the right city, somewhere like Detroit or some shit, where, oh, look, a white racist cop or a bunch of white racist cops killed this person in cold blood. Let's get a fucking riot going. And I guarantee when that shit happens, a lot of the times, that's a fucking FBI thing that's been done.
Very often.
That they somehow instigated it.
Oh no,
or made it happen.
Dozens of times. I mean, the 1993 World Trade Center bombing was entirely instigated by the FBI. And the informant got smart enough to realize, shit, they're giving me real explosive. They're not giving me false ones to pull out a fake terrorist or a terrorist that's like hiding. They're actually just trying to pin this on me. So instead of placing the explosive next to one of the supporting pillars, they moved it and they kept it far away that the explosion didn't affect the structure. And then later on, because he was smart enough, he recorded the conversation, presented it to court when they tried to fucking hold him accountable for it. And he said, no, I was set up. And he got off.
Yeah, I believe he put it on a wall and just blew out the wall the way he had it set up, yeah.
But it wasn't where they wanted him to do because he realized that he was being set up. And this is so many cases with the FBI. They find somebody who's mentally ill, and they try to radicalize them, and then they basically, send them off to do their own bidding. This is there's countless examples of this. Countless. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is actual fact.
The funny shit is, with them setting this up with the gun violence shit and them going off on every channel that will support them about, gun violence, the Democrats are the only ones that care, the only ones that want to do anything. The polls show that that's the least fucking concerning thing of the citizens of this country. They don't give a fuck. They're only worried about gas, the economy, and where the fuck this country is going in general. They don't give a fuck about gun violence. And if you notice, over the past, half a year, a little over half a year, they've been trying everything. They've been trying this fucking bullshit with racist stuff with the cops. Then they tried the gun violence shit. Now the January 6th shit that nobody gives a fuck about because their ratings are like in the basement. It's worse than any fucking shitty TV show that was taken off the air. That's how bad their ratings are. They try anything, and if it doesn't move the fucking polls in any way, they give up on it and come up with something new. And I'm just wondering what the fuck the next thing's going to be, because with this shit, with his wife talking that stupid shit, with him being a fucking retard, not knowing how to read a teleprompter, and with the fact that they exposed that his son spoke to him, they have the fucking audio. They cannot deny that was the president, no matter how much that fucking bitch
the press.
in the White
just
House.
To let people know, the press secretary got really saucy with a journalist who asked, "Well, we've got
Two
this.
of them.
We've oh, okay, I saw one, but basically, oh well, we've got this evidence." Okay, evidence of this recording of Hunter talking to his father, asking for this money and all that stuff. Basically, it was Joe Biden talking to Hunter, but it was basically him saying that talking about business dealings between two countries, which was denied in the past. And when confronted about this by again a mainstream journalist, okay, one of the fuckers, this bitch just kept circling back and just refusing to fucking address it.
She outright said, I'm not going to answer that shit. You go to the White House or you go to fucking Hunter Biden's reps. I'm not going to talk about this. This will not be discussed here.
I won't address any allegations, but it's not an allegation. It literally has fucking merit. I mean, the police investigated it, and you've got the evidence for it, and people are talking about it. But she straight out refused to even acknowledge that it was factual.
Yeah. And then Peter Doocy said, then whose voice is that on the fucking recording? Because it's obvious that it's his. And she basically said, fuck you, or I'm done. Next guy. And then the guy after him said, why are you avoiding Peter Doocy's question?
Nice. I didn't see that one then.
Yep. That shit was fucking hilarious. And then she had this bitch face on, like, I can't believe these motherfuckers don't get, I'm not talking about this shit. But besides that one, the ultimate fucking insult. Let's take the reserves, the oil reserves that are supposed to be for wartime.
They're only supposed to be for war, people. Again, like America has places where they can mine drill for oil, and those are normal locations. But the strategic reserve is specifically for war.
But let's not even go there. Let's not give it to the fucking people in this country like he said he was going to do to lower gas prices. Oh, no. Let's sell it to China.
Well, they also gave a bunch to Ukraine. So a lot of this stuff is being sent to Ukraine. And as such, and should even be, I don't even think it should be given to the American people. The only reason why, and because that would actually cause a big problem. You're depleting your own strategic supply, and you're only going to get a bounce back when it comes to the lowering of prices for gas, because there won't be an ability to maintain it. You have active oil fields right now. You have the XL pipeline that could be built right now that could basically offset everything and, in fact, make America energy independent again, just like it was under Trump, and actually make Canada energy independent rather than relying literally on Saudi oil. But no, this is how you bankrupt countries and force them into austerity measures like Greece was, because you get enough globalists into power and they're able to actually manipulate your resources and deplete them so much that now you have to rely on international support, which means now you are forever indebted in loans that are provided by the International Monetary Fund. And as we've seen in the past, countries that go that route essentially go bankrupt and have to use more austerity, and that means that their globalist companies come in and take control of natural resources that belong to the people. It's not a difficult concept to understand.
There was an economist report the day yesterday, as a matter of fact, in regards to what the fuck is going on as far as that oil. In his opinion, the person that wrote it, two things he stated. He said, number one, if you notice, all the countries in Europe and here in the United States are getting to a point where they're basically becoming a third world nation. And the thing is, by being poorer, country or businesses, big ass companies, if you have a good score, some kind of certain score that has to do with being poor, that if your score is high enough, they'll go ahead and invest in your country. But he also said what Biden's doing with the fucking oil reserves is he's basically neutering the United States military so that China can go ahead into Taiwan unopposed. And that's what he sees as the grand scheme of why the fuck he's doing what he's doing by tapping into that oil and not letting us, do our thing with the oil itself. Has nothing to do with the fucking green emission and whatever the bullshit, greenhouse crap and none of that. It has to do with the fact that Biden is basically, in his opinion, a fucking agent of the Chinese government, and maybe they have something on him or whatever the fuck. So what he's doing is he's cutting our balls off so that we can't fucking do anything about what China is getting ready to do. And I don't doubt that that's the truth.
Well, China's recently, well, maybe in the last month or so, reassessed their interest in trying to take Taiwan because due to Russia's failures, for example, and let's just be honest, China does use a lot of Russian systems and they steal a lot more, which is the typical Chinese way. But they realize, first of all, they realize that they don't have, like, they've got three, three aircraft carriers. Well,
two and
two
a
of
half,
them.
because
They launched the third one, but it's still not complete in its sea trials.
Right.
But this is the one that was indigenously made. But the other two were basically bought from the Russians. I think it was Ukraine specifically. Or maybe they bought the first one from Ukraine and then they reversed engineered that one, made a second one.
No. You're right. They bought one from, it might have been the Ukraine.
Ukraine.
The
I
other one was from
remember they had
Russia.
to refit it for a while, and then they eventually shipped it over. And China made a big deal. It's like, oh look, we've got our first aircraft carrier. We just had to buy it from Ukraine. But I believe maybe the second one was just copied from that first one.
No, Russia.
Really?
Kuznetsov. Yeah, I think it was the
Okay.
Kuznetsov that they bought.
But yeah,
then
the next one is made by them and probably utilizing stolen technology and so forth. But they don't have enough planes to put on there. On top of that, the planes that are the J-31, I believe, the J-21. There's several, including some that are supposedly carrier-based stealth fighters.
That's what the problem is. They want to make stealth fighters and bombers exclusively for that third carrier, and that's why they don't have enough.
Well, no, but they don't have enough even to, put in their own airfields and such. The point is that basically that what they've realized is that they don't have, their indigenous engines are shit. And they're copied from the Russians. The ones that they buy from the Russians can't do what they want them to do. So they're very wasteful and very inefficient. So they basically don't have the ability to project that power that they want. They can send a bunch of fishing ships to surround the Philippines or Taiwan or the South China Sea or the Spratly Islands, but they certainly don't have the ability to project the force that they want to. And yes, they are investing into hypersonic missiles and such, but it's just like this stuff is ancient, as in it's from fucking the 1970s. Hypersonic missiles are something that have been known for a while, have been developed, haven't been implemented very much publicly from our knowledge, but they've moved on because the technology is old.
They're like third generation. Yeah, third generation, fourth generation.
But there's more powerful things, and importantly is the fact that China's now developing this and thinking that they're going to be a world power and such, and they're spreading themselves very thin. They can't maintain even the basic operation of a what's called a blue water fleet, which is what goes in the ocean. A brown water fleet is basically any fleet of ships that traverses rivers and such. But a blue water fleet means, we've got
Ocean
the
capable.
power to go out to the ocean, go through the Panama Canal, go from the Atlantic to the Pacific, whatever. So that's what they've always wanted. They've increased the number of ships that they've got and submarines and so forth. But they certainly don't have experience in war, and they are playing catch up in a lot of different things, including technology. Because again, all the Chinese are good for are really just stealing technology. They can't fucking, and they reverse engineer it, but the stuff that comes out is absolute crap. And on top of that, the quality of metals, for example, iron, steel from China is garbage. So there's been many examples of these new pieces of hardware that have been released and touted as great things, and they look like shit. They fall apart. They can't function as they're touted to do so. And again, you have the typical Chinese arrogance that they're going to be the power of the 21st century, and they're going to show the Americans and the West and have revenge for the opium wars and stuff. I mean, basically, China is the definition of the small dick man in more ways than one, and will never be, and the short one as well, which also is not coincidental. But Yeah, they'll always have this little pain in the ass for the fact that they could never come out of essentially a failed society.
Yeah, but at some point, that's not going to be the case. At some point, they are going to be
No, they're
powerful.
not. No, they're not. They are a paper tiger. They will not achieve the status that they want. Okay, if you want to take a look at it, you already know about the ghost cities of China, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, they were built not because they're planning on moving population. It's because that's how you hide,
that's how
money
the
transfers.
Well, not only that, but also the number of actual people that you have is another reason to do that.
No, because their population's in decline. Their population is in decline.
Right, exactly.
No, that's the thing, though, is that they're building these new buildings knowing full well that they're not going to be fully occupied because these are viewed as our investments. So even if the building is crumbling and so forth, you own, again, an investor would own something of that property. So eventually, even if the building falls over, which they usually do, they're going to still have ownership of whatever. That could be, there could be another building that gets put up on there. So the Chinese people have invested a lot in real estate, knowing full well that these ghost cities are just for economic obfuscation.
Money.
But what they're doing is they're trying to, and they do this often. This is why they control the value of their dollar, which again should be illegal and doesn't give people an idea as to what the value of the Chinese. There's two, the yuan and the RMB, but there's two, and again, it just goes to show Chinese fucking internal currency, the RMB, and then the external one, the yuan. But basically what they're doing is they're just trying to make it look like their country's more productive, that they get more investment from the West and from banks and stuff because, we're so successful. Look how much we're building. Look how much we're investing, we're spending and stuff. But it's obviously a fucking hoax, just like everything else China does. So this has always been something that's been utilized by them to, again, save face. A typical thing of the Chinese, a very cowardly race. And, basically to show that, they have solvency, but they don't. There's no reason to invest in China. Companies have tried to invest in China. What happens? They steal their fucking technology and kick the companies out. Is there any motivation to work in China? There shouldn't be.
You know what's another thing that exposes them is that a lot of the aircraft that they create in-house and, tanks and shit, they barely can find any fucking people to export those to. They only can get it like Uganda or shitty little countries like that.
I'm glad you bring that up. Why? Because they use their economic clout to force people. Why? Because they made an offer to Argentina where they're saying, okay, well, we'll invest in your country, and in fact, we'll build a factory in your country to construct fighter planes of our style, our cheap, crappy Chinese fighter. But we're willing to help you out with this. So basically what they do is they come into a country, they buy out the politicians, and they force them into a contract which says if you default or if you can't pay the stuff, we take over more and more and more. Your businesses, your land, your mines, your waterways, your fucking ports, everything. That's how China works. They can't create their own, so they basically blackmail and steal it from others.
Yeah. And that's why Russia doesn't give them the top tier engines and shit because they know.
No, because they know exactly what's going to fucking happen. Exactly.
Yep.
That's the truth.
Because they know they're going to have to go up against China if China is at their level as far as technology.
And they're already still dealing with China trying to steal their technology, even if they're not making deals. So.
Yeah. So Russia's not stupid. They know we're not giving you shit except that shit that's useless. That will allow you to protect yourselves at best, and that's it. Yeah. So give Russia the credit as far as that they acknowledge the motherfuckers that China is.
I believe it was in 1968 where China and Russia did go to war for a brief period of time, and unfortunately at that point, I think it was Robert McNamara defense secretary of the United States. Actually, no, I don't think it was him. That was during Kennedy. But regardless, is basically you had Nixon in power, and his ambassador basically was approached by the Russian ambassador saying, well, we're going to war with China, and we're going to use nukes. And unfortunately, Nixon's advisor says, if you use nukes, then the U.S. will consider this the start of World War III, and we're going to use nukes against you. What they should have done is said, okay, that's internal business, none of ours. And if you nuke China, okay, fine. What their motivation supposedly was is, we would rather have two enemies fighting against each other rather than have them both go against us. And they were still planning on trying to get into China because they realized, okay, we got a very demonic, they didn't use these words, I will, demonic fucking government controlling a bunch of slave people who won't fucking rebel because that is in their nature. And that's what Carl Schwab as well said. If you look into his writing, he'll say, we want to eliminate basically all races other than the Asiatics. Yep, he used that word. Why? Because they are submissive and easily influenced. These are his words, not mine. So basically, they knew that they could make a deal, and you had, what's his name, Kissinger, setting this whole fucking deal up with Mao, where basically they wanted to set up this trade deal and stuff and use China for its cheap labor to start to make things for America. That started the decline of made in America and equality and factories and so forth. But, if they had just let fucking Russia and China go at it, China would be nuked right now and be nice and glazy. And, we'd probably have world peace, to be quite honest. But
do you remember the Sino-Vietnam War where China tried to invade
Cambodia?
Vietnam?
Oh, no. Was it
Vietnam?
No, yeah, Vietnam. Yeah, they did that a little bit after.
It was like 75 or some shit.
Yeah, it was after the end of the war with, and Vietnam went to war with China. And China still couldn't win.
Their ass.
Yeah,
and
they did.
Beat their ass, which is hilarious.
Yeah, this was a country that was already depleted from fucking civil war and a war against the largest superpower, in the world. And then the Chinese, again, always very opportunistic, and coming in saying, "No, we've got a weakened enemy that we can easily take control of." So all these rice paddy farmers, all these people who'd been depleted, their family killed against the Americans and so forth, you got this Chinese group coming in who had been supporting them during the war and wanting to try to impose on them. They give them a war that fucking embarrassed them.
Yeah, it was fucking hilarious when the shit that I read. And they tried to use the excuse that the border was incorrect between them and China and that Vietnam was into their territory or whatever the fuck. And that's what they use as an excuse to invade. And Vietnam just beat their ass like the bitches that they are.
Yep.
Fucking hilarious. They can't win. They couldn't beat the Russians in that the little skirmish that they had either. It's like, you have the numerical superiority as far as manpower.
They did it during Korea, where they would send over 1 million people over the border and have them attack en masse. Like, they didn't care about their people. They never did, really.
No.
Basically just meat for the grinder.
Yeah, and they had our asses in Korea. They had us, but we fucking, because of our military ingenious fucking generals and shit, the geniuses that they were, with the fucking go around behind them, land troops there, and fucking cut them off. We beat their ass way back.
No, they didn't have the Americans. There was interference from.
No, I'm talking about Korea.
Yeah, in Korea, there was interference from again, this is why MacArthur said, let us use nukes against these Chinese who are coming in dressed as Koreans. This is a war crime, and we're totally justified in using nukes against China for interfering in a war that they're not officially declared in, but committing war crimes. So, what was it? Truman. Truman was in power at that point. I think, was it Truman? I'm almost sure it was. Yeah, he was purposely sabotaging the war. They wanted, again, this is the ultimate goal of the world order, the new world order, people, and you got to look to 1984 for it. There's no point in having conflict and wars and stuff if you don't have an enemy. But if you can't actually have one in real life, you got to make one up.
You got to manufacture one. Yeah.
Exactly. So if that means that you're going to purposely stall a war, just like they did with Iraq or Afghanistan, so that there can be an enemy that's in power, so that you can constantly be spending taxpayer money to buy new weapons or get again, you're a politician, so you own money and you own stocks in, say, Lockheed. Well, more bombs are bought by the government, and hey, you make more money. This is how it works. They need perpetual boogeymen that don't exist so that they will continue to bilk you out of billions.
Yeah. And that's one of the biggest reasons why we lost Vietnam, because we should have wiped the floor with those motherfuckers and liberated Vietnam, and it didn't happen.
Well, it was found, and I mean, it became, again, very constant and common, where, and I can't remember the term, but basically where your commanding officer would be murdered because the troops knew exactly what they were trying to do to get them killed, and, there'd be these people that, were basically found dead. And there's a term that became common from this phenomenon because it was well recognized. Many of the troops knew exactly what was happening. And Carol I think it's Carol Wrigley. I'm going to have to look into this. Wrote a book about this. This guy was actually invited into the innermost sanctums of the elite and, wrote a book. Carol Quigley, I believe. Carol Quigley. And Bill Clinton cites him. He did this research as to why this is being done, because a lot of, during this point, apparently a lot of politicians and military people were asking, well, why is it that we're being forced to lose this war? So this guy wrote this book because he interviewed all these people. He was commissioned to do it. And basically what he wrote was that the elite need this because it's the only way to institute a one world order. You need to create conflict and get it to such a fever pitch that eventually things break down. This is Cloward Piven strategy, that things break down to the point where the people will demand that the government just do whatever it takes to save them. So if you lose all your rights, doing that, at least the government came in and stabilized the situation. This is why we're seeing the levels of violence that we're seeing today, because they want that level of discontent to basically be pleaded to by the people to save us.
And it's not only that. The other motive is that to make us look like we're weaker than we really are.
It's called the demoralization process.
Okay. That's why. Look at now, people. These polls that they have, how do you have faith in the United States, or are you proud to be an American? That the fucking numbers are so low because of all the bullshit that's going on. That's exactly what the fucking radicals want. These far left fucks. They want us to not care about this country and to fucking not have pride in ourselves anymore, and to be uneducated and not have a fucking mind of our own. What pissed me off yesterday, there was a woman whose daughter was, I believe she was like 7 or some shit, wrote on a Black Lives Matter cartoon, like a little thing that kids wrote, Black Lives Matter, and underneath she goes, All Lives Matter.
Oh, she got in trouble. I heard that story.
She got in trouble and got punched.
She got
for
punched?
doing it. She got punched.
By who? A student?
I don't know. I think they're saying it was a teacher, but they're not really saying it because they're taking the school to court. But I think it was a fucking teacher that did it, is what they were inferring. But they didn't want to say because, like I said, they want to save it for when they go to court. But who the fuck are these motherfuckers to tell a little girl or boy, you don't have the right to fucking write something like that or feel that way? You got to feel what the fuck we want you to feel. Black Lives Matter is the only lives that matter. Who the fuck? If that was my kid and I would have found out about that shit,
I'd probably be in jail.
If I was a teacher,
or on the run.
If I found out I was a teacher, women or fucking not, she would have been dealt with.
Yeah, it's disgusting that and they've even come out and said this. Yes, I am trying to groom your children. No, you're not going to stop me from transitioning your children.
No, they don't hide it.
They tell you this straight out.
Yeah.
If you're willing to accept that, you're part of the problem.
But you've seen the ones that say there's nothing you can do about it, like these TikTok videos that I am going to
shit. Well, I'm a very creative individual.
No, soon after they get fired.
Yeah, but then they get it. Well, it's very similar to the church or schools. Schools do this too. Somebody gets convicted or, found out about their pedophilia, they just move them to a new institution, and things go on like it never happened.
Yeah, but it's just all this shit. It all ties together. It all ties together. The bullshit that this fucking Joe Biden's doing, pandering, trying to make our people, oh, they like us. They like us. We're not going to turn into the new blacks. No offense to the black people, because of the fact that, it's like us. We have Latinos that are stupid and that they'll believe anything they're sold. So it has nothing to do with the fact of your race. It has to do with the fact that there's just certain sectors in everybody's fucking race that are idiots. And they'll buy anything they're told. And they'll fucking go with anything. In all honesty, there shouldn't be such a thing as Latino Democrats. There shouldn't be such a thing at all.
Yep.
Because of the fact that Cuba is an example. All these Cubans that came over, the Democrats thought that they were going to have them as voters, and the ratio turned out to be at one point where it was basically 90-some-odd% turned to Republican.
Yeah, because they went through that shit. They already know.
Because they knew what communism feels like, sounds like, and is, and they saw the Democrat Party for what they were. They weren't fucking tricked. So people need to wake up and fucking actually do some reading, do some, history searches and shit like that. The internet's out there for you to use. Take advantage of it. Don't fucking go with one opinion or what the media says. Do the research. It's out there. As much as they want to fucking go ahead and censor it, you can find what you need to find. But yeah, all this shit leads to the same thing. They want to control us. They want to fuck us. They want to fool us. And come November, that shit ain't gonna happen. And they know they're fucked. They're fucked. That's why that woman was out there pandering, because they know they need the Latin vote, and they're not gonna get it.
Not this time.
Yep.
Well,
so let me let you go,
it depends if they use Dominion voting machines again, because those things are known for not being actually reliable. Let's say that.
Or what a convenience. Fauci comes out yesterday and says, hey, the vaccine's really not as effective as we were telling you.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, there's another wave of fucking coronavirus coming.
Yeah, you better get ready for the fall.
So, conveniently, when November rolls around, oh, no, you can't vote in person. You have to fucking do mail-in ballots because we have a surge in coronavirus.
Exactly, and if anyone doesn't see that, they're blind. That's exactly what they've been doing, and it's clearly evident. But, obviously at this point, everyone should recognize what happened was a hoax. If you fell for it, well, you should feel bad for yourself, but you certainly shouldn't try to take anyone down that didn't fall for it. Again, accept the fact that you failed, not us, the purebloods. And you know what? Now it's time to try to regain your health. Ivermectin actually does help, horse paste. But yeah, it's time that you guys woke up and realized that they're going to try it again, and that this time around, you can't fall for it. Okay, you've seen the bullshit. You know that it's all a lie. If you still are brainwashed, then, well, it actually will probably lead to the next video I'm going to actually play. I'm going to play Yuri Bezmenov's speaking to America. He actually defected to Canada. And this was in 1984, and he actually revealed the Soviet plan and how it works. Again, you can look these documents up. You can find them. You can read them. But this guy was a defector who basically revealed this stuff too. You can verify this stuff. But yeah, he's got a lot of information. I'd love to play this for the people because it really puts into perspective what we've been discussing.
One last thing before I go, because I'm going to let you go so I can finish cooking. Yesterday, a CNN reporter.
Are you making tacos? Are you a taco?
No, I'm making arroz blanco con habichuela and some other stuff. I'm trying to figure out what meat I want to make, either steak or maybe like some kind of pork, maybe pork chops or some shit. I got to figure it out.
Steak doesn't sound too bad for that. But pork chop actually works with rice, yeah.
Yeah, I love pork, man. But the CNN reporter, he made a very, very logical comment. Why is it that every year the flu fucking vaccine is always changed to deal with the next variant of the flu, but the coronavirus vaccine is the same fucking vaccine from day one. That there has never been a fucking new and improved version. Why is that? And that does make a lot of sense. It's because they don't fucking care. It's not going to serve them anything well, because if they need to use that as an excuse to keep us indoors again, why would you try to stay with the different variants that are coming out? What purpose would that serve?
Follow the
you
money
if you're trying to
is
control?
all I'll say, is follow the money.
It's not even about money anymore. If you don't think like these fucking pharmaceutical
No, but that's how
companies,
you find it. It's you follow the money to find out where the operation's coming from. And you can see, okay, well, there's the money. What's the motivation? Then you find out the motivation is population control.
it's that, and it's also, like I said, for November, because I'm guaranteeing
Yep.
that they're going to try to continue to extend the COVID emergency thing like he just did today. Fucking Biden just did that. He's extending it. They're going to try to push that shit till November and a little bit after, so that mail-in voting is all you can do. And I say, fuck you. I'm going to show up. I don't give a fuck. I'm showing up in person. So, all right, man. I'll listen to you. I have you on my TV, my freaking 60-inch TV. So.
All right.
All right. Thanks.
There goes Latino Heat. So let's get to this here. Actually, before we do, this was something I actually wanted to cover as well, because it's important and it doesn't seem like anybody's even talking about in this community, like many things that I discuss. But, well, here's a picture from the New York Post about the shooting in Uvalde. It says, cop responding to Uvalde shooting seen casually using hand sanitizer during massacre is slammed online. You have another guy, I think it's this guy here, who's casually checking his phone. There's this guy over here. He's leaning on the wall, checking his phone. There's one cop that actually tries to get in, and he's actually held back. And that's the guy who apparently had a daughter in the classroom, and she was murdered. So there's a lot of information coming out about Uvalde. And as always, the media should be calling or talking about this, but obviously they're not. And there's a lot of parents that are talking about this, as well as a lot of people. All right, so here we go. So let's show a little bit of this. Thank you, Butterfly. She says, great conversation. So this is labeled as, or described as, this is the husband of teacher Eva Mireles, who contacted him on his phone from a classroom while he was on scene to say they had been shot and was dying. So apparently he's checking his phone here. There's the hand sanitizer. We're going into shooting, so we need to keep our hands clean because there's probably a lot of people with blood on them, so we're going to get dirty anyways, so what's the point? That's not going to stop you from any blood infection, idiot. Yeah, a lot of people complaining, obviously. Supposedly, the mayor released information about the cops to try to take heat off his ass, but we all know that he gave the stand-down order. Okay, so yeah, this guy's being held back. This guy here being held back, I believe. This is the father, and I think it's this guy. But yeah, being prevented from actually going and checking what's going on. And oh, here we go. Is it video? No. That's kind of scary. Editors note the sound of screaming children has been removed. Fuck. But this has to be examined. This has to be examined. Look, most of the people involved here broke their oath and took a stand on order. They knew exactly what was happening. Or the glowworms, i.e. work for 3-letter organizations in the U.S. intelligence industry, and were basically part of the gig. And in fact, I think that there might be. I'm not even sure. Most of these people are police. Why? Because there's one guy who's holding a semi-automatic rifle, not an assault rifle, those don't exist, but he's holding the barrel itself. And you know that if you have any firearm experience, you don't hold the barrel because that thing will get fucking hot and you'll burn your fucking skin right off there. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, there's the guy leaning against the wall, just checking his phone casually. You know. Is this the video? Here we go. "19 minutes later." Are you fucking kidding me? Can I remind everyone that there's been situations in the past where maybe a school shooting, maybe a bank robbery, the cops will literally run in and just get to business. Many of them have been shot, but they run face forward into harm's way. And I mean, shit, you got a fucking rifle and a sidearm? Are you going to tell me that you're not going to fucking act there? Really? You got overwhelming force. This could have been easily stopped. Easily. Are you telling me, knowing that the suspect is confined within one room, that you guys, again, look at this over here. Is this showing up on the, no, you guys can't, oh, you can sort of see it, but I got to make it smaller because it's not showing up. All right, let me just, I guess I'll do this. Over here, you have two cover points. Right here. Right fucking here. You could probably maybe fit 2 people if they squeeze, but at least to have suppressing fire. You've got this area here as well. These 2 areas. I mean, shit, go prone on the ground and you got a fucking great shot right down the fucking hallway. You get 2 of them and fucking, you got a crossfire. You got the ability to cover these people here if they were here to be able to, again, move forward and again, get into another classroom for cover. This is not fucking difficult. And I'm not fucking Rambo. Although I probably could be, but god damn it, this is infuriating. It's fucking infuriating. I've seen videos of soldiers in Iraq running into the line of fire to save their comrades. Moving much quicker than you fucking slugs. Yeah, just casually going to use some hand sanitizer, I'm not involved in that right there, but hey, I'm just going to use some hand sanitizer. Because that's your first thought of all this chaos that's going on right now. The shots fired, the kids screaming, all that stuff. Your first thought is, let's just go get some hand sanitizer. Jeez. Connor Tostovan, one in the chat, says, I saw a jewelry store get robbed and the security tried more than this against 3 armed guys by himself. Great fucking point. great fucking point. I've seen videos again of that sort of thing. 3-on-1, 2-on-1, jewel store robbery. I don't know, some other fucking robbery where they've got hired security and stuff there because it's a fucking rough neighborhood. And you got fisticuffs, you got fucking guns firing, and he does more than fucking this fucking group of 12? Well, there's more than 12 fucking individuals here. Officers breach the classroom and kill the gunman. Supposedly. Wait, what do you mean? Why are you stopping them? Why are you stopping them? No, it's not the same guy who did the hand sanitizer. I think it's this fat ass. But and this guy looks like he's being held back. Why? Trying to clean up the fucking scene of the crime before actual legit cops get in there? Hold on, why are you holding them back, stupid? Look at that. Look at that. Are you going to tell me? Are you going to tell me that this is not, that people are not being held back here? And why? A lot of things that aren't discussed. Buffalo, New York, MK Ultra. Uvalde, MK Ultra. Hyde Park, MK Ultra. Believe what you want, this is what it is. And it's just absolutely fucking disgusting. And you've got all the evidence there, and this is being ignored.
Republican, Democrat, this isn't about politics, this isn't about getting recognition, this isn't about anything except 19 kids and 3 adults that lost their lives. They can't be here right now. We want them here. Everybody's asking us what they can do to help. Join us. Please help us change this.
Well, then the first thing you do is you stop voting Democrat, because Democrats want people's guns taken away from them. And there have been stories of people who have saved multiple lives during, at a mass shooting because they had a firearm. Once those are taken away, only the criminals are going to have them. And the government, which I guess is synonymous. But regardless, you don't disarm yourself. You have examples from around the world. Anyone that's calling for disarming, that even would call a rifle an assault rifle, first of all, you deserve a sopapo, a slap right in the face, but specifically on the mouth, so that you're, like I got back as a kid for talking back, but, big slap to the mouth where it hits your teeth, and your lips hit your teeth, and certainly is not pleasant. Yeah, that's what you need for talking about, at this point, trying to further impose regulations on people who are not criminals. Meanwhile, ignoring the criminality of those, and also ignoring the fact that, I believe it was the Uvalde shooter that had access to weapons that were way beyond his financial means. So again, like this guy working at Taco Bell is somehow able to afford a $3,500 rifle. Well, that was one of them. And then I think the other one was $5,000 or something. But, they were kitted out enough that you knew that this guy certainly didn't have the means to fucking do this. But yeah, you can see tons of people are fucking protesting this shit, and they're not asleep to it. Well, let's see this.
They have to turn on the TV and see that tonight, not even with the rest of their family. This was wrong to do it.
Uvalde City Council calls journalists chicken shit after unflattering surveillance video of their cops in action was released. It's always the media, never the cops.
Well, 2/3 of the family, or part of their families, are in Washington, D.C. right now.
Yes, sir.
And they're going to have to turn on the TV and see that tonight, not even with the rest of their family. This was wrong to do it this way. The video needed to be released, but the family should have got to see it first.
Well, if it wasn't for them, chances are the family would have never seen it in the first place. We've seen this in the past, and it required leakers to get the information out to show that you called a stand down and that the police complied. We've seen it so many times before. So many times before. Why is it so difficult to recognize these patterns? Pattern recognition is the basic trait of humans. Because if humans didn't have pattern recognition, they wouldn't recognize, say, fire is hot, height, jumping off a large, whatever, at a big height will kill you. They would not have evolved to survive. Pattern recognition is respective to civilizational evolution. We've got Connor Tosteven, number 1 in the chat, says, Dave, have you heard about the Dutch farmer situation, similar to what's going on in the U.S. with farms being burnt down during a food shortage? Yes, I've heard that very much. I've been following it quite a lot as well. And what's happening there essentially is that because the World Economic Forum and the UN, that sort of their arm of military might, is pushing, is that they want to eliminate the nitrogen that they're utilizing to fertilize the ground. By doing so, you limit the amount of crops. By doing so, you limit the amount of crops that are available for sale. First of all, also limiting the amount of money that these farms can make, but also limiting the amount of food that's available. Right now, Netherlands is a huge exporter of their food goods to the rest of the world. Not just Europe, but literally the rest of the world. And it would cripple them. It would economically cripple them. And they're just trying to make this excuse like, oh, well, it's nitrogen that we need to remove from the atmosphere. Guys, literally the majority of the atmosphere, what we breathe, isn't oxygen, it's nitrogen. There is oxygen there, but the majority is nitrogen. They want to remove that. Something that's totally natural and our environment certainly requires and is, what's the proper word? Trying to find the proper scientific word, but it's continually recycled through the atmosphere, if you want to call it that. Whether it be in hard form, material form, solid, gaseous state, it's required. It's required. But yeah, it certainly is something that they are doing on purpose, because it doesn't just help try to push their green agenda, it also helps cripple the economies, which also helps push their green agenda. Because the only way the green agenda can go forward is if they literally bankrupt the entire world and break the entire economic system. So they have to force in a one world government, one world currency, and obviously that will be followed by one world religion, which again, at this point, it seems to be that government is the one world religion, people. Because you have these brain-dead fucks who will say, oh, believe the science. Well, what about this scientist who disagrees? Oh, well, he's a conspiracy theorist, but 98% of the government, the scientists believe this. Well, no, they don't. If you break it down, it actually turns out to be about 9% of scientists. And I can show this as well when it comes to global warming. When they say global warming, they mean anthropogenic global warming. What does that mean? Human-caused global warming. You know what? Honk a horn and have a good laugh, because that's absolutely hilarious. If you were to think that that's the case, you're way too uneducated to discuss the topic. Simple as that. What we're being told is anthropogenic global warming is a combination of many things, but specifically the sun. The sun basically acts this way with the entire solar system, and it goes through what are called maximas and minimas. And as such, the radiation coming out of the sun, depending on the maxima or minima, is going to affect the heat on the planet. It always has been. All the evidence is there to look at it. I can show you the stats. I've done this before. But this sort of thing is something that we see is, utilized to push this aggressive and obviously authoritarian ideology throughout the entire world, and basically saying everyone needs a blanket solution of the same thing. Forget about China actually fixing their pollution problem. It's America and Canada that need to suffer under the most stringent rules. But we're all going to receive the same money. Every country's equal, and we all have to respect each other. China somehow has a claim to the Arctic, and yes, they're trying to claim that. Again, these Chinese. Back to the chat. Latino Heat says, does using hand sanitizer denote that the officer was fearful? No, more like, fuck this, I'll just wait it out. Yep. Connor says, it's insane. I don't know how this can carry on. Remove nitrogen at the cost of food and farmland? Makes no sense. Well, they want you to eat the bugs. Remember, they're trying to push people. Again, this whole plant-free crap, the Beyond Meat, that stuff is terrible for you. It's chock full of fucking preservatives and estrogen. In fact, it's like, I can't remember the exact measurement, but multiple times worse than a Big Mac. Considering, the components of the supposed meal. But it makes sense because what they're doing is they're trying to limit the populace to eating only certain things that'll keep them, I guess, in agreeance and numb to what the government is asking of them, rather than perk up their ears and say, hold on a sec, that doesn't make fucking sense. You're fucking screwing us over. I want to protest. No, they want people to be compliant. They want people to basically not argue, eat the bugs, and go back to your rental unit because you're never going to own a house. Connor says, and yeah, it's on purpose. It's government officials burning the places, at least in the Netherlands. Well, it goes up even higher than that. They just take orders. Politicians mostly are just puppets. And quite a lot of the time, those that are in power have been compromised in such a method that, their strings are being pulled. Look at Biden. China's dictating all these things, and he's fucking complying. Connor says, oh, yes, okay, you said that. Butterfly says, he was scared, that's why he was trying to act busy, like getting sanitizer, showing the coward that he is. I think it's indifference. Some of these videos had the children, the screaming children cut out. You had people being held back, and you had, more importantly, people checking their phones and stuff like it was, no big deal. I believe that many of those instances are them just being told, stand down order exists. So just like in many other cases, they're just basically saying, okay, well, we're being told to stand down, and we'll stand down. Whatever. We're going to get our compensation anyways, and no one's going to hold us accountable. But let's take a look at this. I just saw this one. This one looks disgusting.
It's the video.
Nothing, not safe for work, but you do see, again, what goes on a bit. Let's see here.
Video captures the gunman entering the school without any resistance, walking through the halls, and then entering.
Without resistance. Was there a guard placed at the door? Dummy? Was there a door that was not locked? Without resistance. Stop fucking trying to make this shit, sound stupid.
A classroom where he fires more than 100 rounds in about 2 minutes.
That is impossible. That's impossible. With the rifles that he had, well, the rifle, and also tell me where exactly he's holding all these rounds on him. But more importantly is that, 100 rounds in 2 minutes. The guy's, he's such a soy boy. I think his finger would break off after 5 pulls. But explain to me how that's even physically possible. Because there's many instances where they say, oh, well, they shot off hundreds of rounds in only a minute. Well, you people are talking from no experience. Again, this isn't a special operations operator who has the ability to understand his firearm, maybe even made custom, has the ability to accomplish this through a lot of training. No, this is this fucking soy boy who apparently had such great training, which he didn't, that was able to accomplish this.
It's difficult to watch. Even the edited version in which the statesman removed the sounds of children screaming. Now, it's within the first few minutes of the shooting, just 3 minutes, that a group of officers are on the scene to take down the shooter.
In 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, that means that by the fourth, he should have been dead. As simple as that. He should have been dead. They already are wearing armor, okay? Now, granted, you want to try to avoid a headshot, but you surprise the shooter with overwhelming force, that's it. You get shot, guess what? You saved a classroom of kids. That's your fucking job. And in fact, there are cops that have done this sort of shit, where they've been fucking murdered because they ran straight in head first because they had the public safety and trust in mind.
But instead, they just wait. School shooting drills that they have all taken require officers to immediately engage the shooter.
There we go. And in fact, I don't think that you even need school shooting, simulations, because that's in their duty normally. That's what they're told to do in their fucking job description.
But they didn't do that here. More cops arrive and they wait even longer. Police just milling about, doing nothing. One cop can be seen checking his freaking phone. You can see the phone has a Punisher logo as his home screen. He's checking his phone.
Which makes me think that perhaps he wasn't a cop after all and maybe was working for some sort of group.
30 minutes pass and more cops have arrived, including officers with protective gear and shields, but they don't move in either. During this time, kids in the classroom are calling 911, begging for cops to save them, but nothing.
Which makes me wonder, like, he didn't leave the classroom, so what, is he leaving them alive? Is he negotiating here? What's going on? This is more information that hasn't come out. How are they still alive? Again, he apparently murdered everyone in that room, and he was eventually killed by the cops, but apparently at this point, he's still alive, obviously, because the cops supposedly killed him. And there's kids in the class that are making calls. What, did he just say, okay, guys, I'm going to take a break now from shooting, but hey, if you smoke if you got him, make a call if you want. You see how I'm saying this is not that, clean cut?
Children and teachers lay bleeding out just feet away, and cops continue to wait longer and longer, even as they hear another burst of gunfire from inside the classroom more than 45 minutes after they initially arrived. An hour passes, and police still have not moved in. One cop, amid all of this, decides he's going to get a squirt of sanitizer to clean his hands. Then, finally, after 77 minutes, police breached the room and killed the shooter. 77 minutes it took.
Convenient.
We've known for a while now that the police response was a failure, but that still doesn't prepare you to actually see how it unfolded. It's maddening, and it's one of the biggest indictments of U.S. police you'll ever see.
It's disgusting. It really is. It fucking sickens me. No matter what, what's happening in the background, the mysterious circumstances that are surrounding this is that it's indicting and it's disgusting. And it's just, it's about time that and the same thing happened in Broward County, where that little shit who keeps tweeting about like, oh, guns need to be confiscated and shit, and he wasn't even there during the shooting and stuff. The cops did the same thing. They stood down and let this shit happen. And there was obviously inside information. People were being involved, and there were multiple people. But again, there's people in the know here that are allowing this shit to fucking occur. It's fucking disgusting. Let me, where is this? There we go. Let me just transition the screen here. Skype lines remain open if anyone wishes to call in to discuss any of the topics that I've discussed so far. I think I've gotten through most of my stories. Am I forgetting something? Because I know that there was something that somebody mentioned in the chat, or a while ago. And I just can't remember what it was. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on this week, and with the space stuff, and obviously with the shootings and so forth. A lot of stuff going on. Let's see. Oh, yeah. You know what? I remember now. I was going to show this as well, because this is what I was talking about, the demoralization. And this is the guy that defected. So this relates. I know that we're jumping around a bit, but hey, we're getting a lot of news in. But, yeah, this guy's Yuri Bezmenov. He's, again, former KGB who defected to Canada, talking in 1984 about a portion of, because this whole interview is like about an hour and a half or something. So you guys should check it out. But this certainly is worthwhile to discuss here, because it relates exactly not only to what's going on in America, but what you see in the world, really, and how it's clearly evident the way that these elites are actually controlling people. This is a perfect explanation for it, because the Russians again studied this big time, and they perfected it, and then they implemented it.
Several times before about ideological subversion. That is a phrase that I'm afraid some Americans don't fully understand. When the Soviets used the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
Ideological subversion is the process which is legitimate, overt.
And by the way, this could probably apply to some portions of the community. So keep that in mind as the equivalency here. Let's continue.
And open. You can see it with your own eyes. All you have to do, all American mass media has to do, is to unplug their bananas from their ears, open up their eyes, and they can see it. There is no mystery. There is nothing to do with espionage. I know that espionage intelligence gathering looks more romantic. It sells more deodorants through the advertising, probably. That's why your Hollywood producers are so crazy about James Bond type of thrillers. But in reality, the main emphasis of the KGB is not in the area of intelligence at all. According to my opinion and opinion of many defectors of my caliber, only about 15% of time, money, and manpower is spent on espionage as such. The other 85% is a slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions.
Does that not sound like today, people? Literally, this is 1984. Okay, now obviously there were libraries, yeah, there were computers and stuff, but you certainly didn't have what we have today. With all the information that you have at your fingertips, there's no excuse. This guy's talking about exactly that, literally, almost 40 years ago, 38 specifically, but wow.
In the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages.
The Chinese also work this way.
The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation.
And that's how you get, and this is what I was talking about, Latino Hit. This is how the defeat of America during Vietnam helped cement exactly what this gentleman is talking about.
Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. The result you can see. Most of the people who graduated in the 60s, dropouts or half-baked intellectuals, are now occupying the positions of power in the government, civil service, business, mass media, educational system. You are stuck with them. You cannot get rid of them. They are contaminated. They are programmed to think and react to certain stimuli in a certain pattern. You cannot change their mind, even if you expose them to authentic information, even if you prove that white is white and black is black, you still cannot change the basic perception and the logic of behavior. In other words, these people, the process of demoralization is complete and irreversible. To get rid society of these people.
Listen to that again. And then wonder why my contempt is not justified.
Behavior. In other words, these people, the process of demoralization is complete and irreversible. To get rid society of these people, you need another 20 or basic proof that white is white and black is black. You still cannot change the basic perception and the logic of behavior. In other words, these people, the process of demoralization is complete and irreversible. To get rid society of these people, you need another 20 or 15 years to educate a new generation of patriotically minded and common sense people who would be acting in favor and in the interests of the United States society.
And yet these people who've been programmed and, as you say, in place and who are favorable to an opening with the Soviet concept, these are the very people who would be marked for extermination in this country?
Most of them, yes. Simply because...
This is the greatest thing as well. So what he's explaining right now is what are called useful idiots. I think he's going to even mention that term. This is a common term. Okay, it's not an insult. It's literally what's used in political circles and all sorts of writings. So the Marxists, the socialists, these anarchists, all these fucking faggots, Antifa types, BLMs, Reddit types, they're all pushing an agenda of a system and an ideology that's going to literally destroy them. Because once their use is done, just like with the brown shirts, the SA, in Germany, well, Hitler disposed of them and replaced them with the SS. I mean, again, this is history, people. It's not very difficult to fucking know. I mean, if you don't like books, then you're doing something wrong.
The psychological shock when they will see in future what the beautiful society of equality and social justice means in practice, obviously they will revolt.
This is crazy. The term of social justice being used back in 1984. Okay. It's obviously is Soviet subversion. And obviously the defector is revealing it to everyone. So when you think to yourself, social justice, well, that term certainly is not generated by American academia. Came from communists. We have Casey's Ron in the chat. Says, I'm shocked Compton didn't come over and rat me out for doing a stream. Well, I don't know. I'm not supposed to be your legal advisor anymore. So I've been advised not to speak to anyone from that show. Well, not really, but I'll just say that anyways because it sounds better. But yes, I'm no longer allowed to be your legal representative there, Casey. So all I can say is good luck, man, and try to watch what you say because you know these bastards are going to be going after you. But yeah, so and yeah, I guess there's going to be no Casey roast, and if there is, I certainly won't be part of it then. But yeah, hope you're doing well. Oh, let's continue.
Shock when they will see in future what the beautiful society of equality and social justice means in practice. Obviously, they will revolt. They will be very unhappy, frustrated people, and the Marxist-Leninist regime does not tolerate these people. They will join the links of dissenters, dissidents. Unlike in present United States, there will be no place for dissent in future Marxist-Leninist America. Here you can get popular like Daniel Ellsberg and filthy rich like Jane Fonda for being dissident, for criticizing your Pentagon. In future, these people will be...
Yeah, see, that's what people don't seem to understand, is that you have the freedom that America has provided to its people, allowed them to criticize their own government. Try that anywhere else in the world and see where it gets you. To be, you know, a counterculture type person and, you know, criticize and demean your government and your country and such. But he's talking about, you know, as soon as the system actually gets instituted, people like that, they're too dangerous to be allowed to continue their actions.
Be simply squashed like cockroaches. Nobody is going to pay them nothing for their beautiful, noble ideas of equality. This they don't understand, and it will be greatest shock for them, of course. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already.
He said this in 1984, people. Again, Vietnam helped very much to do that. They purposely allowed and again, look into Carol Quigley. In fact, I got to find that fucking title name. The book is extremely rare. I believe I've got a copy of it in PDF. But to get an actual hard copy, that's next to impossible unless you're going to be paying some big money. A lot of the copies have been destroyed because this guy basically revealed everything. But he was asked to just write about it, and he was part of the elite. He's labeled under Wikipedia as a American historian, but let me tell you, this guy knew a lot more. He had influences on Bill Clinton, but where is the book? The big one, the one that I would recommend you get. I'm not going to open up that. Tragedy and Hope. There we go. If you can get a hold, actually, maybe a link here. I think it's Tragedy and Hope, right? Well, he's got a lot, actually, but I'm almost sure that this is Tragedy and Hope. Nice to see that fucking Wikipedia actually has the PDF up. I'd never seen that before there. But I'm going to put the link in the chat for all those that do wish to check it out, because yeah, basically this guy's revealing what the elite are doing, and yeah, it's crazy. And yeah, I believe that Clinton cited this book in his memoirs. But hey, that's very cool. I didn't realize that Wikipedia now is allowing for linking of PDFs. But yeah, if you want to learn a bit about the elite, I'd suggest you check that out. Let's continue.
For the last 25 years, actually it's overfulfilled, because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned,
let me play that again, people.
Would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before,
Talking about maybe drag time story hour or, I don't know, forcing Christians to bake a cake or Cardi B, whoever, whatever fucking whore the flavor of the month is, on stage twerking and spreading her legs in front of a bunch of kids, that sort of thing.
Exposure to true information does not matter anymore.
Let's play that again. Guys, we have the internet at our fingertips. We can literally go on YouTube and be like, how do I change my watch battery? How do I plant a garden? How do I learn Russian? And you'll find sometimes millions of videos. You can literally Google just about anything. And hey, if Google's going to be bitch, there's other fucking search engines out there. You can just go to Google and type in other search engines and look for that. And then start to look up other information and compare. Okay, when I type this search into Google, what do I get? Okay, well, when I type this search into another search engine, what do I get? Oh, shit, I get a lot more. Well, I'm not a retard, so clearly somebody's trying to lie to me. There's no excuse. There's no excuse today. There's no excuse with all the information that we have available. Again, something like this. Something that was recorded on video cassette, or tape, I should say. This was for TV broadcasts, obviously different from VHS. But regardless, not getting too nerdy. But recorded, transferred onto digital form, uploaded to the internet so that people could know about it. And this guy's obviously not the first to do this. There's been many. And many times this stuff gets deleted and it gets uploaded again. People have copies of this stuff. They're not going to allow it to be forgotten. Let's continue.
To Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp.
You sound like Dave Rose now.
He will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization. So basically America is stuck with demoralization, and unless, even if you start right now, here, this minute, you start educating new generation of Americans, it will
in 1984.
Still take you 15 to 20 years to turn.
So to 2004, if it had been started there. It's gone much further downhill.
Turn the tide of ideological perception of reality back to normalcy and patriotism. The next stage is destabilization. This time...
Listen carefully now, people. Listen, please, very carefully.
Subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby, it doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation, what matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas, in such sensitive areas as defense and economy, the influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas in the United States is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago when I landed in this part of the world that the process will go that fast. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. You can see it in Central America now. And
possibly like this supposed, what's it called, insurrection on January 6th. It's a little more than 6 weeks. It was, what was it? November 6th was the election. No, November 4th or 3rd, whatever. Election, December, well, 2 months. Close. I mean, about 8-9 weeks. 8-9 weeks, basically. I guess they took the time in this one.
After crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely.
There we go. Another very good point that you need to pay attention to.
Normalization is a cynical expression borrowed from Soviet propaganda. When the Soviet tanks moved into Czechoslovakia in '68, Comrade Brezhnev said, "Now the situation in brotherly Czechoslovakia is normalized." This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to bring the country to crisis, to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market competition, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C., with benevolent dictators like Walter Mondale, who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfillable or not. He will go to Moscow to kiss the bottoms of new generation of Soviet assassins, never mind. He will create false illusions that the situation is under control. Situation is not under control. Situation is disgustingly out of control. Most of the American politicians, media, and educational system trains another generation of people who think they are living at a peacetime. False. The United States is in the state of war, undeclared total war against the basic principles and the foundations of this system. And the initiator of this war is not Comrade Andropov, of course. It's the system. However ridiculous it may sound, the world communist system or the world communist conspiracy, whether I scare some people or not, I don't give a hoot.
It's talking about the international banking cartels, people.
If you are not scared by now, nothing can scare you. But
and again, the same thing is featured with the Bilderberg Group, with the World Economic Forum, Rhodes Foundation, and many more.
You don't have to be paranoid about it. What actually happens now, that unlike myself, you have literally several years to live on unless the United States wake up. The time bomb is ticking. With every second, the disaster is coming closer and closer. Unlike myself, you will have nowhere to defect to, unless you want to live in Antarctica with penguins. This is it. This is the last country of freedom and possibility.
Okay. And it's funny because I said the exact same thing prior to me ever knowing about this guy. I just saw it intrinsically. I find it very comical that somebody like myself, and you guys know my history, would be able to see such things. And yet, I said this even before I ever learned of Yuri Bezmenov's interviews, because there's more than one, by the way. Sorry, I got the hiccups. But yes, I'd suggest that you check them out. Let's continue.
So what do we do? What is your recommendation to the American people?
Well, the immediate thing that comes to my mind is, of course, there must be a very strong national effort to educate people in the spirit of real patriotism, number one. Number two, to explain them the real danger of socialist, communist, whatever, welfare state, big brother government. If people will fail to grasp the impending danger of that development, nothing ever can help United States. You may kiss goodbye to your freedom, including freedoms to homosexuals, to prison inmate. All this freedom will vanish, evaporate in 5 seconds, including your precious lives. The second thing, the moment at least part of the United States population is convinced that the danger is real, they have to force their government. And I'm not talking about sending letters, signing petitions, and all this beautiful, noble activity. I'm talking about forcing United States government to stop aiding communism. Because there is no other problem more burning and urgent than to stop the Soviet military-industrial complex from destroying whatever is left of the free world. And it is very easy to do. No credits, no technology, no money, no political or diplomatic recognition, and of course no such idiocy as grain deals to USSR. The Soviet people, 270 millions of Soviets, will be eternally thankful to you if you stop aiding a bunch of murderers who sit now in Kremlin and whom President Reagan respectfully calls government. They do not govern anything, least of all such complexity as the Soviet economy. So two very simple, maybe too simplistic answers or solutions, but nevertheless they are the only solutions. Educate yourself, understand what's going on around you. You are not living at the time of peace. You are in a state of war, and you have precious little time to save yourself. You don't have much time, especially if you are talking about young generation. There's not much time left for convulsions to the beautiful disco music. Very soon it will go, just overnight. If we are talking about capitalists or wealthy businessmen, I think they are selling the rope on which they will hang very soon. If they don't stop, if they cannot curb their unsettled desire for profit, and if they keep on trading with the monster of the Soviet communism, they are going to hang very soon. And they will pray to be killed, but unfortunately they will be sent to Alaska probably to manage industry of slaves. It's simplistic. I know it sounds unpleasant. I know Americans don't like to listen to things which are unpleasant.
I think just for a moment here, also this reveals strategic policy from Russia, is that if they were to invade America, obviously Alaska would be a staging point. They could defend it fairly well, and they could secure it. So yeah, I can see what he's saying there is probably just sort of a reveal of one of the many plans that are in place by this global communist system.
Pleasant. But I have defected not to tell you the stories about such idiocy as microfilm, James Bond type espionage. This is garbage. You don't need any espionage anymore. I have come to talk about survival. It's a question of survival of this system. You may ask me, what is it in for me? Survival, obviously, because unlike, as I said, I am now in your boat. If we sing together, we'll sing beautifully together. There is no other place on this planet to defect to.
So, yeah, that was in 1984, people. And, yeah. It should be considered, it's 18 years ago. And yet, 20, what am I saying? 18 years ago, 28 years ago. No, what am I saying? 40 years ago. 38 years ago. Sorry, there we go. Yeah, it's a little hot here. Regardless, should put things into perspective, that's for damn sure. But also, since we're talking about Marxists and stuff, let's look at this. Something that again and again I warn people about. How is it so difficult to notice this stuff, to understand it, to simply look it up and research it? Again, this guy's talking about the fact is we have access to information. That was in 1984. And today, everything's at my fingertips. I mean, you guys know that. But even still, you couldn't realize, and I got shit on when I was working with Joe Cronin for calling this out for what it was. But it was basically an organization, BLM was an organization run by, this international Marxist or communist, group, however you want to call them. Call them the elite, call them the Illuminati, call them the NWO. They don't care. It doesn't matter. We know what we're talking about here. But this is how they control things, through central banking and through imposing, subversive acts through countries, by controlling, people in the government, both bureaucrats and politicians. And they're able to push these sort of plans through despite the actual objection of people. But, certainly something that should be reminded because, again, if you weren't paying attention, then you can't be crying that people knew about this. And certainly you need to swallow your words for, ever doubting someone like me, for example, who called it from the get-go and knew exactly what it was. And then you got these people, oh, well, that's racist and, oh, this and that. And it's like... look at that. Years later, Dave Rose gets proven correct. Wow. Weird, bizarre. It's never happened before. Or wait, it happens all the time. So Skype lines remain open. I think I've gone through most of the stories that I wanted to cover today. There may have been another story that I may have forgotten to write down. Let me just look at my notebook. Not that. So yeah, there may have been something, but I mean, I've been going for about close to 4 hours now, 3 hours 53. Covered a lot of different stories. I had fun. Certainly wanted to cover the James Webb Telescope stuff. Gave you a little taste there of Yuri Bezmenov. And you can look it up yourself and learn a little more about communist subversion. And again, it's so telling because what he said was basically what we're experiencing right now. And obviously we've been experiencing it through the past, but it's just true as ever in this sort of thing. And it should really make you think because... if this guy was aware of this stuff and called it out, even used social justice back in 1984, this whole thing has been planned for the longest time. So what he was talking about was true. The demoralization and destabilization of the West, specifically America. Like he said, there's really no other place you can go to. America is the last place. It's the last place that has the ability to fight off this sort of world government. And people have just literally just sold it away. And many have obviously refused to acknowledge this, either due to arrogance, ignorance, or malfeasance. But you and I, we recognize this stuff perfectly fine. And we're going to continue to call it out. But... I think we're going to just about wrap it up. I do like even numbers, so we'll go for another 5 minutes, just to at least wrap it into that, 4 hour video. Yeah, but I certainly had fun. It was nice to be able to finally talk about the James Webb stuff because I've been following that, for quite some time. It launched in the last 6 months. But, this thing took at least a decade or so to get properly, fixed and ready. And a lot of stuff went down with it and so forth. So it's cool to finally be able to see these images and just wonder about the fucking universe. Wonder about what's out there. And they're just beautiful images. They really are. I mean... space itself, all these stars and constellations, the galaxies, globular clusters, everything. It's just really amazing to me. Maybe not to some, but that's just, I guess, your own thing. But I certainly do enjoy that, and I hope you guys enjoyed the stories that we did cover. I did try to make a variety, but you know me, I do like my space talk. But let's see here, we're at 56 minutes. I want to try to close it up at 4 hours on the dot, just because I like that. But I don't know if there's anything going on tonight when it comes to shows in the community. There could be stuff. No idea. But hope you guys have a good dinner. I still haven't planned anything myself. Well, it looks like some people might be trying to poach me. Again, apparently I'm all free now of certain connections. So, well, as has happened in the past, there always seem to be people who say, "Hey, you're not working with so and so anymore. Wanna come hang with us?" So, who knows what we're gonna see? And I'm actually thinking I'm gonna do because initially I was thinking of doing the Star Trek review show on Drew's channel as first Patreon, because he kept whining about what's it called, not having enough content. But since, well, I'm not working for Drew anymore, I think I'm just going to do it on my channel. Also, I can't remember who it was, and I got to go back and look into it. But somebody told me on my last Hard Right stream, I believe. No, hold on. No, it might have been Drama Diner 100. But somebody told me that they wanted to be a co-host for Hard Right. They said, don't shut it down. If you need a co-host, I'll be your co-host. And I do apologize because I cannot remember who it is. I wish I had written it down, but, it can be stupid from time to time. But, yeah, so I'll have to go back and see if I can figure it out. Maybe that person would be so kind as to leave their comments either in the chat or in the comments below once this video finishes rendering, so they can remind me who it was that was offering their services, because I would certainly like to continue to do Hard Right, and there's always stories to talk about there, and you guys know me, I'm unrepentant and certainly willing to shoot from the hip and speak my mind, and I do appreciate that from others, and that's the type of thing that I want. I mean, I could do a solo show like I did today and speak my mind perfectly fine, but for a show like Hard Right, I'd prefer, again, having somebody else to discuss issues with, because, clearly there's never going to be everything that we're going to agree with, and it should lead to good discussion regardless. We have Connor Tostovan in the chat says, going to listen to the stream from the start tomorrow, but a great stream from what I have heard. Great topics. Well, thank you very much. We got It's Steve Callan says, always a great stream. I appreciate that as well. So, we just reached 4 hours, but cool. Close enough. So, on that note, I am Devious Stavros. Thank you so much for joining us, and we shall see you next time.